The stardate is 60232.5. The U.S.S. Achilles has positioned itself in orbit of the world of Alcara, a world devastated by some unknown event that demolished one of the great cities of the central continent. A world with the debris of an Iconian supercruiser sharing its orbit with the Achilles. A world with two massive Aldemona spheres of power floating in patrol throughout its system. A world with some of the greatest technological achievement in the galaxy, rendered to ruin and devastation. As allies of the Alcaran and Aldemona peoples, the Achilles is on orders from Admiral Trailblazer to render all aid possible and coordinate with the various city leaders to seek out the dead, save the wounded, and help repair the great cities of ancient times. With the ship-wide directives from the Admiral being handled by Commander Thralic and Lieutenant Rylov, Trailblazer calls a special briefing for an away mission. A mission to venture into the ruins of the Admiral's home city, now mostly a massive radioactive crater.
Are we allies yet?
Yep. You were already allies of the Federation's already allies with the Alcarans. The reason you were coming here was to entreat them to help you to deepen your diplomatic ties because you need help in the Shackleton. That's why Trailblazer's in Starfleet, even though he's an officer in another not military, military, I guess, but another
organization.
Yeah. He's not a Federation member, but he's on loan to the Federation. Well, although it's been a rather long loan. Mm-hmm. And the people summoned. There is one Lieutenant Commander Aiza, Counselor. One Lieutenant Arlen, Cadet Ven, and whoops, way a little too big. One Dr. Lazos, a Guitarin. If I can get my music going, that'd be awesome. How is Yolan? Give me insight medicine, Arlen. Difficulty of 1. Because you know him, so.
Yeah. Just want to check in, hey, so we just came onto a planet that is so torn up and Iconians might be back. That's a thing. Surprisingly, I don't have a focus.
Oh, you should be able to control that. Okay, cool. Yeah, you're not entirely sure how he's feeling, really. He's alive and he's been treated, but, how he's doing internally, how he's actually feeling, you're not entirely sure, to be quite honest.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I'll have to check in on him later.
Eventually. Oh, this is a 2-threat game for the record. Scroll.
Oh, I did not ask. Is Lazarus a normal, researcher on the ship? Because I don't think other Starfleet ships have come to drop him off. So.
Yeah, he was already aboard the ship.
Okay.
He was part of the civilian component. It's just they haven't had no one's had a reason to call him up from the decks. He's been helping other people aboard ship. Trailblazer looks about the room as everyone gathers and takes their seats. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Should we begin?
Yes. Everyone, I introduce to you a member of your onboard civilian component, Dr. Lazos. He is a Iconian expert and a experienced ruins exploration advisor. The reason for your involvement, Doctor, and the reason why I called you up here is because the away mission that I'm assigning is to go into the city of Kanu, or the ruins thereof. Now, Karin and Aldemona technology has an Iconian base for its technology. I cannot be your guide for multiple reasons, primary of which I am an admiral of Starfleet, so a flag officer can't be. It is generally frowned upon for a flag officer to be putting themselves into dangerous situations. But secondarily, I also have to continue to communicate with what remains of the planetary leadership to figure out who exactly Captain Pend is going to be talking to in the diplomatic talks ahead. But in the hand of Dr. Lazos, I believe the away team will have an able expert in our technologies, even if you're not specifically familiar with them. Lieutenant Arlen, as an engineering expert, will be able to augment any of the engineering component. Cadet Ven, I've called you up, even though you are a cadet, because of your, shall we say, intuitive sensor operation. The things I'm going to be sending you to look for may not make sense the first time you scan them, and
right. And I've already seen sensor readouts of the Iconian technology, so
exactly.
I'm already starting from a base point that a lot of other members of the science department would have to be running speed on, and yeah, I get it.
Counselor Aza, given the devastation of my city, it is very unlikely that there are any survivors. However, there are two reasons I need you to go along. One, if there is anybody who managed to survive whatever happened there, the away team's going to need to be able to converse with them in a rapid fashion, and it is likely that whatever survivor you encounter may be under severe mental strain and may have difficulty communicating. On top of that, your medical training should be of use to aiding the away team in physical sense, but primarily I think your mental expertise will be of value to gathering information.
Yeah, Asa, who feels out of place in meetings like this, is just going to sit quietly and nod along.
And Captain, although protocol generally frowns upon captains going on away missions themselves, the fact of the matter is that the data that the 5 of you are going to be collecting must be of the highest discretion and limited secrecy. That is to say that only the people in this room are authorized to know the information of that city currently. until I assign otherwise. Dr. Lazos is familiar with Starfleet's restrictions on some of the technology, but I will endeavor to ensure that scientific and cultural progress is not impeded unnecessarily. But there is a lot of information that may be discovered on the city that I have to personally vet and declassify or classify as required, since we do not have the luxury of retreating to a starbase for further review. Since my goal overall is to, one, figure out what destroyed the city. Two, to figure out how the city's destruction managed to devastate the entire world and cause the casualties that it caused. Hopefully find any survivors. But lastly, and most importantly to me, to frustrate any plans that the Iconians or agents of the Iconians may have had for my world. And I may have to mobilize other resources to do that, but I can't lawfully mobilize resources of Starfleet without evidence. So that evidence must be collected. But in the interests of the Starfleet Alcaran Alliance and the restrictions of knowledge that is required under that treaty, I also have to, as an Alcaran officer, I must try to limit the spread of information as much as possible. Or as much as needed, I guess is more accurate now.
So the sooner you set up talks with leadership, the sooner we can stop messing around like this.
He nods. That's what I'll be doing while you're in the away mission, figuring out who exactly you can talk to.
I can always
At
talk
present,
to
the Grand
myself.
Admiral. At present, the Grand Admiral is still with the American fleet. He is fine. The most serene location is not determined at this time. It is possible that she was lost in the city, but it is also possible that during the attack, she simply found a hiding spot to wait out the attack, as is appropriate for their rank. But that's a whole bureaucracy I have to go through to make sure that that's the case. It's not something that people would volunteer to Starfleet officers, but it is something that I can gather in my role. So, the first thing to note, and he taps on the table and pulls up a screen. Pull it up here. Kanu City was one of the great cities of the central continent. It was where a variety of officers were trained, and where, as you can imagine, a large chunk of our population resided, both Aldemon and Alcaran, as well as some visiting species. This level of devastation, I will note, has not happened on this world for thousands of years. This world has seen peace for that time and has never been attacked. Just with all its defenses and the secrecy that our people hold for this planet, we've never seen an attack like this. Though I will admit that it is possible that this is not a direct attack, but it is also possible that some sort of disaster, accidental, may have occurred. But given the Iconians' immediate response and appearance, despite being, as far as I'm aware, reported as a defunct and extinct species, aside from the remnants of their technology, this is a coincidence I can't ignore. Now, rather than have you pick through the entire city, there is a specific facility I want you to find. That is the most serene's personal residence in the city. The Most Serene, in short, is the highest ranked Alcaran officer in our people's government. And they have a personal residence in each of our great cities. And even if the Most Serene was not in Canu, it is any information of high importance would be secured within the facility. Your mission will be to go in there and gather what information you can about what happened to Canu, and then progress further as required as the information leads you. Now, the city still does have a heavy amount of radiation in the area, so I would advise taking anti-radiation medication, as well as donning EVA suits for added protection. And any tools of ruin exploration that Dr. Lazos recommends. I may have served in Starfleet for a long time, and I've crawled through my ruins from time to time, but I know that there are certain tools and techniques that may be more apt in contemporary ruin exploration. Once you get the information, all the information you believe you can get from the city, you are to deliver those findings to me directly, and I will give further orders if needed. It is entirely possible that you will need to go somewhere else within the city, or the Achilles will need to go to a different planet within the system. But it is also possible that the extent of the Achilles involvement will have to stop, and I'll have to use other resources. But you won't know what that is until you likely would not know exactly how much resources are required. But of course, I will take recommendations. Any questions?
No.
Anything
Is-
we should know about Alcaran and construction and materials and stuff? If we're gonna be walking through a city, we should know a bit more or about the tensile and load-bearing strength of the materials we're going to be walking under.
He taps at the desk for a bit, and then you notice each of you has a pad in front of you that has the current directives and some briefing of what he's told you already. And one extra thing he adds into the data is the relevant information regarding current building materials. The short of it is that they use a type of advanced durasteel refining. So their buildings are highly resistant to most any damage, and also have a capacity in all the building materials to soak in. Well, basically, imagine every building is a solar panel. Every surface is a solar panel that can gather in energy and be distributed throughout the city. There's more to it than that, but those are the big bullet points that jump to mind for me. But you do get that. That's something you can reference later if you're scanning the buildings and such.
Cool.
Oh, the Admiral Focus, probably should tell you that before I lose it, is he's going to keep at threat analysis. Oops, probably should type that in here because I'm smart. Admiral Focus.
Well, the only information we received while in the palace is that the incident in Canu seemed to be hyperspace related, so it may be worth having Cadet Zeph look over it as well?
You should add Cadets F to your away team.
Either to the away team, or you can look over the ship's sensors and with what scans we get.
I believe, in the interests of minimizing exposure, that I will look into it personally. The ship, as it is right now, Captain, is I'm going to need most of its crew to be focused on helping the planet and assisting me in organizing our hopeful soon diplomatic interactions.
To be fair, most of the ship is already doing that. But with the lack of information about what's actually happened and what we know going forward, it's not too much to ask.
Request denied, Captain.
What, my request of we don't have a lot of information is denied?
Your request to involve yet another cadet in this away mission and the relevant scans. I will be looking into those scans myself, and I'll communicate what information I can find.
Oh yeah, I get that when you said that. I don't understand. The extra request denied was a bit unnecessary.
I find that drawing a clear line is useful for captains rather than being too vague about it.
May I try to read Trailblazer's body language and try to guess like how he really feels about Captain Pens? Because I'm sensing a little bit of tension here.
Insight medicine difficulty of. I don't think there's anything that makes them harder to read, really. Yeah, 2.
All right. Would you accept a focus in either psychiatry or empathy?
Empathy.
All right. Mm, I'm pretty good at executing that, so I will give you 1 threat.
Okay.
Of course, I said I had a good chance of succeeding, so of course I don't succeed.
I mean, do you want an assist on that?
Well, if you were assisting, you'd be saying out loud how he was feeling.
I
How
know.
he was looking.
I guess I really am just doing the Counselor Troy thing of just, reading what is very obviously on a character's mind.
Oh, wait. Do I get anything off the Admiral?
Empathy-wise, the primary feeling you're getting off of him is focus.
Okay.
Intense focus.
Got it. Yeah, well, that scans.
Yes, Pend has a bad habit of poking admirals he gets along with.
Mm.
I don't know. Does the Admiral look any different in infrared?
In infrared, his skin actually seems, compared to most humanoids, cold. But that's from what you've heard on what you know of Alcarans, what little Federation knows about Alcarans. That's normal. They tend to run a little colder than your average human. More on the Endorian scale of chilled skin than anything. Than say a Vulcan or a human.
All right, I can't do anything with that, but if everybody's scanning, I'll scan.
Arlen takes out his tricorder, starts scanning him to see if he's bored. Like, what the? Everyone scans.
Well, if we've got nothing else, I suppose we can stop annoying you for now.
Your meeting, Captain Pend. Good day, everyone. He strides by and heads into the turbo lift.
While the admiral's leaving, I'm gonna awkwardly lean over the table and pull out a pad out of a satchel and just push it towards Arlen.
Who is BRB the moment you did that?
Oh, scratch that. I'll do it to Vin.
Ben, you've been padded. You are possibly muted.
Oh no, he said BRB. Oh no, he said bang. I will keep my pad to myself then.
You know what? I will step over to Dr. Lazos and extend a hand and say, Doctor, I do not believe we've had the pleasure of meeting before, but I am happy to work with you.
Quite. You are...
Counselor Asa, I am the ship's psychiatrist. If you ever need any help with anything, I'm the one you can talk to.
Oh no, I don't think I need that kind. Oh, Finn, here, and I push the pad back towards Finn, trying to get out of the conversation with the counselor, who is intimidating.
Thank you, Dr. Lazos. It's good to see you again. I know I've had to run a few of your reports up to Draben, so
Yes.
good to see you up here.
This some light reading. This should help, get you up to speed for anything we might encounter on the planet.
Got it. And Ven's gonna start looking over it all. And I presume that as like a part of the science department, Ven has had at least a handful of run-ins with Lazos before.
You probably had to attend a lecture as part of your classwork, or
Yeah.
he's assigned you assignment.
Oh,
Because
how
yeah, 'cause
unfortunate for Vin.
All right, now at risk of being wrapped into technical talk about things she doesn't care about, she's going to lightly tap Lazos on the shoulder and say, "Prophets guide you," and then sneak into the elevator so she doesn't have to deal with this.
Not really,
Meanwhile-
unless she hasn't been dismissed.
Oh, wait. I will not step into the elevator then.
Meanwhile, Ven just silently sits back in his chair and starts reading over the pad.
The pad is not like a compiled report of like things to get up to speed on. It is just like volume 1 of like studies of the Iconians. If you were going to a library to pick up the relevant book, he just gave you that.
Written by Dr. Lazos. That's the thing where the professor makes you check out the textbook that they wrote.
He definitely has a few chapters in there, but didn't write the whole book.
Well, we have an idea of what we're doing, so everyone's to report to medbay for radiation inoculations. Pick up EVA suits and pick up any equipment before transport. Understood?
Departure time, sir?
As soon as we're all ready.
Okay.
GM, is there a reason in the briefing we need EVA suits?
Radiation.
Radiation.
The inoculations won't do anything for that?
Give me insight. Yeah, insight plus medicine, difficulty of 2. You might know something about how effective those will be for your journey, and how necessary an Eva suit really is.
Focus in ruin exploration?
Yep.
Because I'm coming at this from the 1G side of it, not the 0G side of it. I don't want to lug that thing around.
Yeah.
Take a threat.
Sure. One momentum generated. Your experience tells you that an Eva suit like that is pretty bulky and pretty heavy on a world with Earth-like gravity, which this planet does have. And it makes crawling around in some of the ruins difficult. You end up having to, instead of crawling past obstacles, you end up having to carve holes into obstacles, which takes a lot of time and possible explosives and so on and so on. So you can get away without the Eva suits. You just would have to inoculate yourself more often, which isn't super healthy for you, but unless you're planning on living here for an extended period of time, you should be okay for an away mission, like for a few hours. You won't want to be all day living off of anti-rat. It's not good for some species livers. Though the species in front of you don't look to be especially prone to radiation sickness, I don't believe.
Yeah. Then I'll say I think we would find our exploration more effective with additional anti-radiation medicine than Eva suits in environments with 1G and environments which will have to do a lot of physical exertion to get around. Many of the members of the UA team might become severely exhausted after a short period of time with an EVA suit.
Well, very well, we can take 8 extra doses and forget the suits. So everyone report down to Med Bay and then we'll pick up equipment. Dismissed.
Aye, sir.
I look forward to working with all of you.
Give that time.
Ven will spend what brief moments he can between the turbo lift ride and waiting to get the inoculation and waiting for the inoculation to kick in to do as much reading as he can.
Can I have highlighted a few chapters that might help him out?
Yeah, that way I don't have to read the
get an
whole
advantage or
book.
something.
Mm-hmm. Give them
That
the
way I'm
cliff
not-
notes.
Yeah, that way I'm not reading the whole book, because it sounds like I don't quite have time for the whole book.
Yeah, I'll give you a reason science difficulty 2 to kind of find the most piercing things you need to know from the mission, at least. Assisted by the ship's computer science and assisted by the present science of Lazos.
Okay.
Presence is terrible.
You're not terribly great at explaining how this
He's
goes.
the worst. He's
Since
like
I'm
the
not
worst
actually
lecturer.
trying to speak to him on this, can I use maybe insight? Because I was trying to label passages for him. I'm not riding in the elevator with him. Read this, read this, read this. I'm just saying I marked the relevant passages in the book.
I'll give you insight science. You might guess at what Ven needs to know for the mission, what he might not already know from classwork.
Yeah, I already know I failed to teach him by lecture. Great.
Thanks. I'm gonna spend a momentum. History or reverse engineering?
Reverse engineering, I would take.
Okay.
GM, I posted what expert does in the chat. Does that read as you need to be the one that made the task, or as long
When you
as it?
use this focus on a task and succeed,
Wow, I rolled some hot garbage.
I hope this isn't going to become a theme for this episode.
as long as you're using the focus, I think it should fire.
Okay, then the focus of Iconian studies.
Yep.
I presume. Wait. I presume that's science, not medicine.
Oh, yeah. Then that doesn't change anything. It's still a success.
I know.
Yes.
So Panda rolled the ship, so you got 1 momentum out of it. That's good. Yeah. So you have. There's now a standing advantage that general knowledge, general textbook knowledge regarding Iconians. So Ven has figured out what Lazos was trying to guide him into figuring out, and now that's something he can communicate to the rest of the UA team rather quickly, and they're like, oh, okay, and they can look it up at their own time. So if anyone else is doing a role regarding Iconian technology in general, it will be easier because you have a reference to go by. You know which chapters to skip. Like, you're not going to necessarily be looking up Iconian musical themes and the possible religious implications thereof. It's like, that's not particularly relevant to the mission. You might want to focus on
Fascinating, though.
other things. Like, very fascinating reading, but not likely to be of help. But at least you know where in the book that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not Grennan. I don't really care.
Oh,
Yes, and I thank you for doing that because that frees me up to do something else. This Lazos character, I don't know him, and I mean, this isn't the most uncommon thing in the world, but he got very cagey around a mental health person. I'm curious now, and I want to like look up his history and learn who this guy is.
Reason plus medicine. Difficulty of 1. Assisted by computers. Oops. Plus medicine.
If I'm specifically looking at this from like a psychiatric lens, can I use my focus in psychiatry?
You could, yeah.
All right, and take a threat.
See, if I was a Romulan spy, this is where I'd be really worried.
Shh, don't tell them yet.
Y'all have enough of those already.
So yeah, anything of a special note we should know about Dr. Lazos in a psychiatric sense or a mental health sense? As the counselor now
There's
knows.
physical stuff, but I didn't really write a strong backstory for Lazos for an episode.
That is perfectly fine. If there's nothing to
Um,
note, then
Oh, I take that back. Half the stuff wouldn't be just physical, it would be mental. Then yeah, after he once found a piece of Iconian tech on an isolated colony, and not understanding how to use it, used it incorrectly, and as a result, it tried to interact with him in the way it would an Iconian, resulting in permanent, critical, unreversible damage to the visual parts of the brain, but also increased his general intelligence. So the part that you might come across would be the part about having experienced a significant increase in intelligence as a result of that.
Well, that is good to know. And I will sequester that in the back of my brain.
All right. And are you guys gathering at the transporter pad, or are you going to the shuttle bay?
Are we able to transport her down yet?
There is some coordinates that the admiral's able to give you that are as close as a decent beam-in spot that isn't the radiation isn't affecting too much. It's basically where a plaza once was or is.
I'd probably say go for the beam.
It would be nice if one of the books had all of the equipment in one section and it wasn't spread across 3 different books.
I mean, that's how they get you, is by not putting all of the equipment in one book. And personally, I don't trust those infernal machines, the transporters, but I will put up with it if that's what the captain orders.
Oh no. Bones.
I'll take an engineering kit, which I think I'll have to spend for.
Yep. That'll cost you 1 opportunity. But you grab an engineering kit.
Oh, because I'm not CMO, I don't get access to the free medical kit, right?
You are medical personnel though, so you can
Okay.
you could have a med kit with you.
Well, then I would like to have a med kit with me.
Sure. The assumption I have is that as a counselor, you're usually not walking around with it, but if you're on medical duties, you're like, oh, I'll grab my kit.
Yes, well, yes. If I am going to be the most medically trained person on this operation to a dangerous place, of course that would be fun.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you're going to talk to someone in the lounge? Like, I'm not bringing my kit around with me all the time. I'm the counselor. I normally don't need this.
I do, however, bring my phaser with me wherever I go.
Well, yeah.
Do you want anything, Ven?
Me? Dr. Dr. Lazos kind of gave me everything I'm probably going to need with this. I mean, I have my, actually, what would be the opportunity cost to pick up an engineering tricorder?
Oh,
It'd be 1 because it's not your standard issue tricorder. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll spend a momentum for it.
since I'm not Starfleet, I was assuming I don't already get a tricorder, but that the engineering kit would have an engineering one. Do I need to spend separately to get one?
Uh, hmm.
Because I think on like your sheet, if you're making an STA character, it calls out.
You would get a scanner or tricorder because that's just something they have a ton of. Engineering tricorders you have to spend extra because if you're not an engineer because they're a specialized piece of gear. It wouldn't be in the kit itself though. That's like Arlen's tricorder is specifically an engineering tricorder because that's what he's assigned. But your average crewman is given a general purpose tricorder because that usually covers what you need.
Yeah, I'll spend that.
Okay. So another opportunity for Lazos to have the engineering type tricorder.
Don't worry. I'm gonna be the one spending to give you a lot of stuff.
EVA suits are required.
No, we've dealt with that one.
Okay.
Oh, we were all inoculated, right? That happened off screen.
Yeah, you would have been inoculated.
I have an
Oh, and
engineering kit. Would the engineering kit include, like, I'm trying to think, like, collapsible struts that I can use to prop up collapsing buildings and such? Like a metal pole that extends to hold up something?
feel like any metal pole that's like strong enough to hold up a building would be too heavy to carry around.
It's Star Trek tech.
I would charge an opportunity. You'd have very basic tools in an engineering kit because I think of like a toolbox, and it's
Yeah.
like there are some like metal. There are things you could improvise and make it work, but if you wanted a special purpose, this is meant to hold up a building long enough for you to pass, and then you take the sticks with you. So you'd spend one opportunity, and they'd be something you would strap to your back. So it's sort of like how
Yeah.
you'd bring along transport pylons, except these things are just because these things aren't just strong poles; they also have some mild amount of gravity control, so they can kind of help make the job easier and makes it so the pole isn't just supporting the weight of a building; it's actually
Yeah,
using anti-gravity to
that's exactly
push
what
things up.
I was looking for. Some anti-grav of stick that I can and use to prop up things. I will definitely take some of those. How many would I have? Like a set of 3?
A set of 3, yeah.
Okay.
So we've not even got to what
do
I'm
we
taking.
want to bring do we want to bring transport enhancers just in case? Oh no, the building collapsed around us. Now we need to set these up so we can be beamed out.
I don't think there are any properties of the planet which make transport difficult.
They
Maybe
ha-
Outside
the
of
building
the,
might do that, or
the radiation.
just the radiation.
Oh.
Yeah.
Lazarus does not want to carry that stuff, but you can.
I don't trust that tech anyways, so I'm also not carrying it.
Yeah, it'll be Penn carrying it.
So you're bringing all some transport pylons?
I'll be bringing more stuff, but yes, I'll be carrying transport pylons.
Transport pylons. I usually use that for talking on screens, but we're not going to be doing that too much today, I don't think.
We
He
must
said doing himself.
We must construct additional pylons.
Oh my god.
Die Protoss scum. No,
Yes, while we're doing it, we must shout out Entaro Tassadar.
Also, my engineering kit will come with a plasma torch, right? That's just standard.
There's no opportunity cost for one.
Okay.
Well,
As far as the book is concerned.
yeah, no, I wouldn't if it doesn't call it out.
Cool. Just want to make sure I have one on hand.
Now, if you want something that can cut, like, at microscopic levels or something that can, bore holes in the side of a mountain at a quick pace, then that's a different thing. Those have opportunity costs.
Yeah, I'm
That
not.
puzzle-
I'm not lugging around on a Type 4 phaser cannon.
Yeah.
I'm not
Phaser
that
drill.
ambitious. Yeah.
But yeah, no, a plasma torch is a standard issue. It's in the kit. Like it has cutting tools, plasma torch, lasers, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like.
It has a hyper spanner in there. That'd be reasonable to say.
Is that everyone else? Okay then. I'll take some miniature charges.
Are those essentially engineering grenades? That's Star Trek plastic explosives?
Basically.
Yeah, that
Um,
I am writing that note in Patton's psychological profile that he's bringing explosives unnecessarily onto a mission.
I don't know if it's
They're-
unnecessary.
They're not weapons. They're for engineering work, right?
Well, yeah, I'm not like taking like full on plasma charges.
Okay.
Yeah, demolition explosives. That's a thing.
I'll treat that as opportunity 2, escalation 1, because they're not meant to be used in combat. They're meant for blowing apart obstacles and stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. It'll have to be off threat.
Yeah, unfortunately. But for future reference, I should probably write that in there so I remember that for later. case you ever ask me for that again.
Any possibility of emergency beacons? Like say extra like comm badges, so if we find someone, we can just like tap on and act as a beacon.
I'll charge 1 for that for a few extra transponders.
Yeah, I'll be. Unfortunately, I think I'm the most physical person in this group, so it's going to be me carrying all this shit. So I might as well take the shit.
I mean, another thing we could look into is maybe some sort of grab sled to huck shit onto.
Oh my god.
No, that's what I'm here for.
Pin wants to carry it. I'll let Pin carry it out.
I will note a grab sled it is like it's like pushing around a shopping cart. Like it's a fairly bulky bit of kit you're pushing around when you're doing a bit of urban exploration. You can do
Okay,
it, but
so-
you need to clear
so-
space for it to progress.
Yeah.
Could I take some like pigeons and climbing equipment and flashlights?
I can help carry climbing equipment.
You wouldn't be able to carry that kit because you have because it's a full backpack of gear, and if you carry it, but you'll be at increased complication with physical tasks because you're gonna be overburdened.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, no, that was to Arlen. He could because he has those. You have those big long
I have
sticks
the
on crosses.
pylons, and okay, yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I'll take the climbing equipment and the flashlights. I'm the only probably the fittest person here, so makes sense for me to be the pack mule.
Okay, so you would be overburdened because I believe you're walking around with transport pylons.
Yes, because we wanted pylons as well, so I'll be the one with the complication increase.
Could I carry the transport pylons and the support pylons, since they're both similarly shaped?
You would have a complication increase not due to it being too heavy, but because you now are fairly you're a lot bulkier than you would otherwise be, so moving around is harder for you to do.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I'll be carrying it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Lazarus
I know what I'm
intentionally
doing.
wants to like stand out of the way and kind of look a little weak, so no one considers him for any of this.
I'm just surprised that Ben's not being having any of this thrown at him.
I'm very sorry, but my back was injured in the war, and I can no longer carry these things.
It's okay, Lieutenant Commander. I'm used to carrying the team on my back.
He's just
I
used to
don't know
doing
how
it
I
as the
feel about
junior officer.
That seems like something he should be
You,
counseled
Captain.
for.
Captain, are you telling me you feel a sense of responsibility perhaps higher than you should, given your job occupation? That's very interesting, sir. He starts writing down in a pad.
I see that's not going to change anytime soon. Shall we?
Well, I know what project I'm going to be working on next.
And what's that?
A product a pack mule that's more nimble than a graph sled.
That's true.
Just want to say more nimble than a Tellarite is what you need.
Prophet's guide
Well,
me.
It was
Can we
implied.
please get on with this?
Well, I mean, graph sled's already more nimble than a Tellarite, so I had to work my way up from there.
But yeah, is that climbing equipment and flashlights, GM?
Yeah, I won't
Okay.
charge you extra for the flashlights. Those are fairly standard, especially since you're getting a climbing kit and everything else.
All right,
Yeah.
fine. I will take a personal flashlight.
Sure, why not?
Well, I took enough for everyone. That's why I'm getting full on
yeah.
equipment.
I'll carry the flashlight that's meant for me.
An infrared light, yeah.
Oh wait, no, I don't need one. Why am I carrying this?
You have an emitter.
I'll put that back.
Yeah, because I would consider the flashlight's mission necessary because you need to be able to, because there's not going to be natural lighting beyond the sun.
Yeah.
And once you get inside a building, it's like you can't see anymore. You need a flashlight now.
Plus, you'll be surprised how many times people in the Star Trek games go, "Oh, we should have remembered flashlights."
Yeah, they're the goofy ones that like don't have handles that we see in like the Yesterday's Enterprise episode, right? Where they're like
With the hand
shoulder.
palm. Yeah.
yeah. And yes, Asa will like be clasping her hands in prayer as she gets ready for the transporter.
I knock on the side of the transporter pad 3 times.
A humming comes from the panels, but that's normal.
That
Okay,
makes you feel
Flowing
better.
through them.
Ensign Katal, send us down.
Those things.
Uh,
He's the engineer chief, the transporter chief. So I'm just doing that out of character. So
all right, for Katal to beam you down, he still needs to make the roll, so you're activating him. Engineering. Base stiff is this, goes down because he's in the room, goes up because he's not beaming you to a pad, and it goes down again because he's a specialist in transporters.
he is, yes.
Okay, so it goes down, I believe. That's a talent he has or something.
Yes, transporter chief requirement.
Oh, there you go. So control engineering, difficulty 1, assisted by sensors plus engineering.
Yeah, he'll give you a threat. Should he? Nah, screw it. I'll spend the determination and give you an extra threat.
Okay.
Value of moving things is my job.
But you're not things.
But
I'll
we're,
take it.
yeah, we're people carrying things.
So he'll beam the things over really well, but you guys not so much.
Yeah, god damn it,
Oh.
Katal.
Well,
Boy.
look, the value can work, but only if Satal has like some sociopathic disconnection of viewing people as objects.
Well, you're not Cation, so no.
God damn it.
So it's 4, 5, 6, so we gain 5. And because he's a constant presence, that didn't cost us crew support.
Oh, that's good. And you are all beamed away. New scene. New. Oh, I know. This one. It's always comforting. Oops, oh, I have the invisible grid still on. Turn that off. Off. There. There we go. Whoops. Listen. Shouldn't be there. There you go. So, the 5 of you beam into what appears to have once been a central plaza inside this great metropolis of Canu. This is, according to the coordinates that the Admiral was able to get in assigning them to you, this is the closest open space that's away from anything that was furthest from any energy emitting sources or power lines. So any radiation that was spilling over or any dense debris was out of the way. So we just gave you a nice open spot that was as close to the facility as possible.
After beaming down, Lazarus will kind of stretch and say, "You know, transporting just kind of makes you feel like a new man sometimes."
But
Uh,
I will like give him a look and then make a mental note of that. And then I want to carry in one hand a tricorder looking for life signs, and in the other hand carry my type 2 phaser and gesture for someone else to take the lead.
The
Reason
doctor will
as
kind of just walk off in that direction, the front.
reason medicine difficulty 3, counselor, to see if you sense any life forms.
Alrighty. I shouldn't have said that because I'm not going to succeed. Reason, medicine. I do not have a focus in this. Oh god, you already have 20 threat. Wait. Okay, we do have momentum.
Wait, only 20 threat? I think we're fine.
All right, I'll spend 1 momentum and make this a Hail Mary.
Also, you use science.
Oh,
Though
is
none
it?
of those are low enough for it to be okay. So.
Oh, did you say reason medicine?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, well, okay. Well, medicine. Well, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, it's okay. I'm used to being ignored. No. I'm gonna send you some information about your scans. Oh, fun.
Oh, am I going to learn that one of these people is an imposter?
so you mean then there would be an imposter among us?
God.
Nah.
So would we have a general idea where we were supposed to go?
Yep. The directions given were that there is, if you head a certain direction, you should be able to get closer and closer to the residence. There are, on a glance, the suggested way he gave was one that goes through the central fountain region where was once upon a time various luxuries shops. Um, that should have a rather wide boulevard that should get you where you need to go. But you see now here at the beam site, you do see there are other streets that lead in that general direction.
Question, GM. By facility, do you mean the building in front of us, or just the city in general?
That in front of you is what appears to be a computer console.
Oh, okay.
That is still
So
active.
by facility, do you mean just this whole area?
When you look off this direction,
Mhm.
you do see various knockover buildings, and you can see blue plumes of energy emitting from various power panels and so on. Some sort of plasma fire, one might assume.
Mhm.
But off in the distance, you can actually see a rather sizable, what humans might mistakenly call a mansion, but it looks a little. It has the trappings of a residence of a house one would live in, but it also has the certain reinforcements that betrays that it's a fortified position,
Okay.
a command center of some kind. And it
Okay.
seems to it's withstood a lot of the damage. It's still broken up and stuff, and it looks a lot less nice than it would otherwise. But you could see it from here, from the plaza. It's a fairly large building. It's one of the few large buildings that's still standing.
Okay. So Asa is going to quickly follow behind Lesos, and she's going to tap her communicator and say, "I'm detecting 8 life signs in the facility ahead."
Understood. What can we glean from this console before we keep heading on?
I'll scan it with the engineering tricorder.
Reason engineering difficulty 2.
Since their technology is based on Iconian technology, a focus in Iconian studies.
Yep.
If I'm trying to be careful and not accidentally hurt me or anyone around me by misusing this console, would you accept you can only misuse Iconian technology once?
Ha. Yeah.
Then instead of spending that, I'll spend 3 momentum to gain another point of determination using the talent Deep Determination.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Where is that talent from?
It's one of the 2 specific to Katarans, which is why Katarans are a favorite of mine in ST. I think I've played like 3 of them already. 2 or 3. With Augmented Reason, that should be a success, but with a complication. Because I get an automatic. Yeah. Augmented Reason gave me an extra success, but it also caused me to have a complication. Yeah, I didn't think it was a computer. I thought it was the entrance to like a hospital or something. Like it looked like the entrance to a building.
Yeah. Okay. I'll send you a message about what you find. Boop.
I'll
And as you scan, you all audibly hear a whir, click, 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 as these what appear to be little domes are on the roadway ahead of you. They all jutted up and are now blocking the roadway further ahead. Uh, they're about 8-meter tall pylons that gleam in the sunlight.
I'll
I am going to level a phaser at one, but not fire until someone gives the order.
I'm gonna wave down your phaser.
yeah, I'll like point towards Arlen and like wave over and say, this is more of a Starfleet thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over and
Oh,
get it
Not to the
within like
ballers, to the
2.
computer. That's what I was waving you over
Oh,
towards.
the computer. Okay. Yeah, I'll
It is
start
a
looking at
security
the computer.
console. I believe it controls the bollards ahead.
Yes, I would like access to this computer console. Por favor.
you attempt to use the computer. Reason plus security. Difficulty of 4.
Ooh.
Yeah, need to look at that, Alan.
If it's not familiar to you, I can take a look. I didn't want to activate, all the turrets with the laser weapons that would kill us, because I assume that's what y'all do.
Look, if it's a security terminal, I'd probably be best looking at it.
I mean, I have why I'm saying that is I have a reason security of like 15,
Yeah, same.
Yeah, I have a 13,
and then
so
I get automatic successes on reason.
Yeah, I've got 2 rerolls.
Yeah, if someone in Starfleet feels more qualified, I would rather our deaths be on your hands than mine.
Sure.
I'll help someone else. But yeah, if you have a 15 in reason security, you'll be better suited.
Yeah, I'll access the console.
I will assist if I can.
You can, yeah.
Focus and lead by example.
Yeah, I'd take that.
Because I have mental imaging, when I attempt a reason task, I get a free reroll. I'll give you a threat for both security. Reroll.
Focus in technical insight.
Yeah.
High fives all around. Or at least mildly triumphant fist bumps.
Well, 3 momentum generated, I believe. As you activate the console, it does take a bit to understand it, but you are able to, especially since you've had time to study the codex. That means that you're and the Alcarans have been allied with the Federation, so their language isn't unknown to the Federation. So it does take a bit of poking. Most of the role is just interacting with the security console, not activating more of the security protocols. It seems the computer is not familiar with who you are. It doesn't know if you have authorization to approach the most serene residence within Canu. And it has. You also learn that there is some sort of central artificial intelligence that is monitoring your movements.
Could I spend one of my medals to create 2 momentum and create the advantage of maybe interacting or some form of interaction with the AI?
You could, yep.
Yeah, I'll do that, please.
In the fountain ahead, a holographic image forms into being, and it looks to be resembles like a face of some sort, with various computer coding swirling about its head as the water kind of shoots up, and it seems to be the basis for this holographic projection into its. Although the water, now that you're seeing it, is less. It's more of an energy stream, less a water stream. So it kind of fluctuates in various colors, but the holographic image itself is a strong, vibrant green.
So I'm not going to point my phaser at it, but I am going to keep my phaser ready.
Do you go by a specific designation?
I am the residential security AI.
Well,
Identify yourself.
I am Captain Pend of the U.S.S. Achilles, here on behalf of a Admiral Trailblazer to open diplomatic talks with the Alcaran and Aldemona. We're here currently trying to reach the residents of the Most Serene to see if they're still here and render assistance.
Give me presence command difficulty of 2.
Diplomacy.
Yep.
Take a threat.
2 momentum generated. Processing. And a beam of green light sweeps Penn's body from head to toe.
Are you okay?
It's not the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
And then he falls over dead. No.
Still not the worst thing that's ever
Yeah,
happened.
that's still technically not the worst thing that's happened.
Tellerate identified as Bragg Glove Pend, commanding officer of the U.S.S. Achilles. Designation NX22376. Is this information correct?
That is correct.
Be advised, the residence ahead is currently under security lockdown.
Purpose for lockdown?
Be advised, city has undergone catastrophic damage. Various safety measures and security systems are compromised. Please restate the question.
For what reason for the security lockdown?
Security lockdown initiated by Corps Serene Ibrahim Fetus. Reason stated, intruders.
Context clues. Does that sound like there are multiple levels of serene, and that the most serene, the head of government, is not the one who turned on this? That serene is that serene is a lesser title than most serene and refers to a different person, like who's in charge of AI stuff, AI security or something.
Insight Science difficulty 3 or Con, but I think Science is better for you.
I'm gonna guess they didn't get their societal names from the Iconians.
No. These are names they chose for themselves. And it's translation of what their titles actually are.
Well, unless the
These
Iconians
are
were
far
calling
easier
them
to say.
Abraham.
Huh?
Unless the Iconians were calling them Abraham.
Yeah.
I'll spend a momentum.
Yeah, that tracks. Your reasoning is sound now that you think on it. And actually, as a thing that your character would know, there have been studies done by some of the crew and some of the civilian staff of the Codex Legis Galacticae, basically their book of galactic law, which has insights into the culture and government structure of the Karans and Altamona. And your character may not have been part of that team, but you have had some exposure to that knowledge from your colleagues. And that rank is, if you recall correctly, it is one step below a most serene. Like they're one of it's like the when the Catholics vote for the Pope, they choose from cardinals. Similarly, they choose their most serene among the core serenes.
Yeah, it's the difference between being the honorable and being the right honorable.
Yeah, there are multiple core serenes. There's only one most serene.
Yeah.
For there can only be
And
one.
it would seem their jurisdiction is not geographical, it's logical. Like one is over this segment of life in the population and the state, not necessarily this core serene is over this planet and all aspects of this planet.
For momentum, I'll answer. I'll expound on it.
Sure.
Core Serene's responsibility, their division's geographic in nature. So when they say core, they're referencing the galactic core. But it implies that, and the Core Serenes sit over the galactic armed Serenes or quadrant Serenes. So the Core Serenes oversee each of the. They basically range between the different quadrants, assisting those lesser problems. So the Core Serenes have the most wide latitude because they are expected to be available to any arm of the galaxy. But there's a hierarchy. They go through the system to attach people, so they wouldn't be assigned to a city governor. Is actually a much lower rank than a core serene.
All right. So yeah, the mayor did not lock down this town. Like the Secretary of State did.
Yeah, essentially. And no, I'll leave it at that.
You might write a book on this.
And then force the cadets to read it.
So, before we probably head off to the Manor of the Most Serene, can you identify any survivors or any hostiles within the area?
Seven hostile persons identified by Core Serene Abraham Fetus.
That location?
Security systems within the residence are compromised. Further information is not available at this time.
Any civilians outside of the residence?
Processing. Standby.
I'm gonna step behind Vin real quick before this is resolved.
Within current district, detecting 5 casualties and 4 deceased persons.
Any further hostiles in current district?
Negative.
Can you give a more detailed direction or location of casualties and dead?
And it displays a map, and then it highlights certain points within the city, and I'll highlight those on the map for you here. If I could find my little indicators, that'd be awesome. Get over here. There we go.
Does it have any scans or images of the hostiles before sensors went down?
Yeah, probably ask that in a second.
What the? Where'd it go? Paste, darn you. Thank you. The exclamation points are indicating other places within this district that there are casualties. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, I'm right. It doesn't indicate where the dead people are because it presumes you're not collecting. It doesn't seem to. It doesn't indicate any
Yeah.
need for you to collect them.
And there was no extra hostiles, correct?
Correct. All the hostiles are within the building, within the facility.
Do you
The
have
residents.
any identifying features or footage of hostiles?
Negative. Designation was by manual reporting by Core Serene Ibrahim Fetus.
Do Iconian, like, do systems based on Iconian technology have like some kind of base level verification program that can like verify the integrity of their programming?
It's a reasonable assumption. In general, that'd be something they'd have, yeah.
Then just for security's sake, Captain, you should ask it to run this program, and I'll give him the name of a, I don't know, like what I would expect it to be in an Iconian computer. He may have to fiddle with it for whatever they've renamed it to.
Would you like to explain the program? Because he's not just going to type random shit into it.
Should help us determine if the AI is being helpful or if it's been compromised, and you should be cautious of what it has to say.
Oops. Reason or insight plus science, difficulty of 3. One person can be at the console, another person can be assisting that person at the console.
Sure, I'll write it if Pind will let me.
Sure. And while he's doing that, I've got Lieutenant Commander, Lieutenant Cadet.
Yes, sir.
These are the locations of current casualties. I wish you to try and make your way to them.
Understood, sir.
Right away. Let's go, Cadet.
And here's the equipment you'll require. So I'll hand out bits and pieces to people.
I am going to try to give Ben a look that says, "I'm an old lady. Can you please carry these things?"
I'll take care of these.
Which the
You're
two
such a
gold
good
pips
boy.
and the 2 gold pips and the black pip on your neck kind of make that request an order by default, I would assume. The Lieutenant Commander is saying, "Oh, I don't feel like carrying it. I think we should be carrying it."
Not to mention, I get that feeling.
Yeah, and in reward, I will smile and nod, and then think more highly of you.
Wow, that is one hell of a trade.
But yeah, I'd probably keep hold of the transport enhancers and like leave them in this area, but hand off the things that they need.
What do you hand them?
The emergency
Changes.
beacons
Okay, so those are being spread around.
and any climbing supplies that they'd need.
So that'd be, oops, actually, it's this symbol. This one. Boop. Boop. So you've handed those out. Do you set up the transport? Oh, you're not. You're leaving something here?
Yeah, I'm leaving the transport enhancers here, like in the central location. So I'll probably set them up here, kind of.
Okay, so
Um, would my personal effect change the task?
one second. Um, it can because of that third ability that it has, but it would turn the comp range to 5, and but bring the diff down to 2.
Yeah, I don't think it's that useful quite yet. But I do want to possibly create an advantage off the back end of this. You can spend. Can you spend a determination to create an advantage once you succeed?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Then I will spend 1 momentum. Focus in Iconian studies.
Yep.
All right. So because it's a reason, I get an automatic success, and the expert assignment means whenever I use Iconian studies as a focus, I get a bonus momentum. I've just been forgetting to use it, so I will spend that bonus and 1 off the table to quash.
So you just hit it. So as you're learning the information and getting the AI to run through its diagnostic, but also monitoring the AI to make sure it's not falsifying its results, we focus on the rescue team led by Aza. Which of these do you head toward first? Because these 3 are away from the residence. They head out this way, deeper into the ruins of the city.
Oh, there's one on the left and multiple on the right. So why don't we do the one on the left first?
There's 2 on the left.
Well, this one's deeper in. You'd have to go this way and then that way.
Oh.
Similar with this guy, they're deeper in. You'd have to go along the road and then down that way. But these ones you can just turn around from the plaza and just head away.
Okay then. Do you have a preference, left or right, Cadet?
What, sir?
Left to this.
You broke up like really bad. I couldn't hear you.
You have a
Oh,
preference,
am I-
cadet, left or right?
Eeny, meeny, miny, right.
Right it is. Am I still breaking up, by the way?
You're good. I can hear you now.
Okay.
So the 3 of you now need to make a roll because now you're navigating through the ruins of the city and trying not to get hurt from anything that might fall on you or burn you or you falling into a pit or something like that. Fitness plus con or engineering. Difficulty of 3. Because you're not
Oh,
traveling terribly far,
geez.
you're just trying to get to this one.
Okay, GM, can I use my tree veteran of 2 wars that, like, I know how to crawl across rough terrain safely?
Diff 2 for you, yeah.
All right. I'm still rolling an 8. Um, okay. I definitely don't have a focus in this, so I am going to spend 1 threat and 2 momentum and roll 4 dice.
And I get to assist, right?
Or you're each rolling individually.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Mm, I use the value. I don't really have something that fits here. Can I use the value experience outweighs education, that I'm using my experiences to know how to do this? That's the best I have.
I would take it, yeah. I
You
could
also
follow
have
that logic.
mission directive.
Oh, that's you.
Be number 4. If any survivors are found in the city, render medical care as needed.
That's true.
All right.
And
In that case, I
that'll
will
give you a positive. That's 2.
use the mission directive if boost my reputation.
Yeah. I am going to spend my determination either towards the mission directive, or if you need a value, eager to explore.
I could take the mission directive. It does apply here.
Yeah, sure. And then take 2 threat for a third
Sure.
die.
Sure.
That way I only need 1 hit. Oh, and counselor, don't forget to roll your veteran.
Oh,
Yep,
thank you,
might keep
cadet.
your determination.
See, this is why you're my favorite cadet on this ship.
Wait, hold on. Varder.
This guy, yes.
This damn cult, I swear.
I'm not joining that cult, don't worry.
No!
Oh, farther giveth, farther taketh away.
Oh dear. Hold on. Oh jeez. Hang on. Let me see what I might have.
Oh, cadet, this is very bad.
Yes, it is.
Now, cadet, we are supposed to be rendering medical aid, not creating new medical emergencies.
Yeah, I know. Well, if you want, counselor, you could give me that determination you got.
How?
I can give. I thought
I don't-
only COs can do that.
Oh, he's
but
a
I'm a
cadet.
cadet.
That's why.
He's a cadet.
Oh,
Cadets, the fun gimmick with cadets is that they act as a universal receiver of determination. They can get it from anyone.
okay. You
So,
have
further
O
the-
negative.
Yeah, they're a type O negative of determination.
All right. I apologize. I'm not an expert. I will give you
Yeah.
my determination.
Hell, I forgot about it too. Don't feel bad.
I will like pat him on the shoulder and say, "Come on, cadet, you're not out of this yet."
Okay. And I
Roll
think,
veteran, you might keep it.
yeah, you might keep it.
Oh my god. Oh my
It's
god. This
every
is a way
time you
to
spend
like.
it.
Murder.
This is like a way to do like mitosis on determinations. I can generate an infinite amount.
You've discovered why they revere Varder, because he's done it like, I don't know, like some crazy amount, like 10 times in a row.
Yeah. Oh,
I
there we
think-
go. 2 momentum generated.
It doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it's just like, I've had it work, I think, over 10 times in one episode.
Yeah, it's
When it works, it just is the best.
I definitely got it work a couple times one time.
Arlen.
Yes,
to
sir.
Navigate your way through this through the city. Fitness con or
Okay, so
engineering.
I'm going to click my heels twice and activate my jet boots because I'm awesome like that.
Do you have jet boots? Did you pay for that?
I know a freaky who
No.
can get you some.
Like if you want to spend a momentum, you can have jet boots. That is a thing in the Federation.
In Star Trek. No, I'll just do this normally. Fitness. Definitely going engineering. Could I use the focus of emergency repairs of navigating hazardous environments?
At increased complication. It's not exactly what I'm looking for, but it's in the right ballpark. You know what looks like it's gonna fail on you and what's gonna fail later. But it takes you a bit of extra time to think that out.
Okay. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Any traits that might apply? Or do you
Being a
want me to read them
bullion
out?
doesn't help, but you know.
Limit pusher, fast thinker, married, advantage to trauma, or indecisive.
Funny enough, this person kind of sounds like Yolan from the way they're yelling. No,
No.
difficulty +4. I will increase your comp to 3 because your character is indecisive. I could
So
put limit pusher
total of 3 plus the
total of 3, and
okay.
I can let you use limit pusher, but I to decrease the difficulty. But I warn you that I will spend, if you do use it, I'm likely to spend 2 threat to increase the comp, just out of bit of openness of the screen there.
I think I got this.
You got it.
And momentum.
Yeah, you can get
Do I
momentum out of it.
dare fish? Nope. Nope. With the comp 3, I'm not feeling that spicy.
Oops.
Oh yeah.
And back.
Kind of ashamed how unfit this crew is.
Fitness
We
is a
did
dumb
it.
step for a lot of people.
It's just all 7s and 8s. It's like, what the shit?
I actually
Yeah.
intentionally made this character with a fitness 10 because, well, I knew
Yeah,
he'd be
fitness
splunking.
is a common dump stat. Presence is also a common one.
We're all desk jockeys, okay? We're used to living in nice, air conditioned, 65-degree, perfect Starfleet ships.
Well, that's an help to me.
This is why an adventure where the cadets have to deal with House Tsukito would be just hysterical.
But
You have
I
to
mean,
do your exchange tour.
So the 3 of you are able to navigate into the remains of some sort of office complex, and you find an Alcaran person who is prone on the ground, who is currently draped in a collection of bright green wires that are glowing.
Harlan, you need to get these wires off of the man's stat.
Yeah. Are the wires charged?
Reason plus engineering, difficulty of. Oh, you're pretty close, and you're using an engineering tricorder. 1.
Take a threat, cause we're not dead yet.
And
Um,
I want to get on one knee in front of them and say, "It's okay, person. We're Starfleet officers. We're here to help."
The unconscious person does not reply.
Oh, they're on. I did not know that. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
it's the thought that counts.
The big
I didn't
X
make it.
through
I didn't
that.
make it very clear. That's my bad.
Oh, it's okay.
EPS systems is focus, or again emergency repairs. Or
EPS.
no, wait, don't touch the live wire.
Yeah. Or emergency repair. Those both would work, honestly. EPS is the one I was thinking of off the top of my head, but your reasoning
Yep.
for emergency repairs makes sense.
And I will fish this time with that bold. There we go.
2 momentum generated. Yeah, that's a live wire. There is actually what's a little puzzling to you. That is a plasma wire of some variety, but despite the wires being detached away from whatever it was plugged into, it's not spewing plasma fire out into the air. Something about the wiring is containing the inevitable plasma fire. That said, those wires are deceptively hot, and actually they're probably so hot they're probably burning the person that they're laying on right now.
Okay, so we need to work fast. Can I trace the wires to to the ceiling and see if there's a junction or a valve or a fuse I can pull.
For momentum, I'll let you obtain that information.
One momentum.
You kind of scan, and then you kind of eventually the wire. You start like following the wire with your tricorder, and then you look up, and then you make some informed assumptions about what's above you, where the wiring should be, and then you find what looks to be a small junction box, or what likely is a junction box, about on the ceiling somewhere.
How? So, oh, can then and grab me a chair or something, preferably one without wheels.
Yes, sir. And he'll find like a small desk chair thing, and come on.
Insight, con, or engineering difficulty 1 to kind of find something that looks like it would bear his weight.
Okay. I'll
And
do.
I'm gonna advise Commander Aza, do not touch those wires. They're still very much live. I think I found a junction here. As soon as I cut it, you can pull them out.
Understood.
Yep, you're able to find. You're able to play around with some of the chairs. There's one chair that's like, ooh, it looks okay, and then you start like you jiggle it, and you can feel it wanting to fall apart. You're like, I'll grab a different one. This one's better. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. This should do you.
All right. Place right here. Hold steady. I'm going up. And I'm
Okay.
gonna
Do you want me to monitor the plasma flow, or do you want me to assist the counselor?
I can move a body just fine.
monitor the plasma flow. Oh, make sure it's not gonna spike or spew or anything. It's staying in the wires, but I'm not sure or how.
Okay.
So let's just hope that.
I'll monitor the internal flow and inform you of any changes.
Commander Aza, is this person and have any spinal injury or something we need to take care of?
I think it's fine.
So presumably we're going to try and turn this thing off now.
Yes, I would like to turn off the power, either by disabling the junction, or if I have to, I will phaser the thing.
You have an engineering toolkit, so you can get at it.
Yeah.
Upon second thought, can I do a quick scan with my tricorder and make sure they don't have a spinal injury? I realized I was assuming that.
Reason plus medicine. The difficulty of you have a medical tricorder. What am I making this hard for you? Well, diff 1.
I mean, to be fair, they are currently being cooked alive.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm trying to work as fast as I can, but
And,
go ahead. Aza, you go first, and then I'll follow up.
Yep. I
And as a
apologize, but you brought up a good point.
Nope.
One momentum.
And get it back. Yeah.
This person is has severe 3rd-degree burns where the wire is laying, and 2nd-degree burns along the surrounding tissues and organs. This person is actually pretty close. Is basically sitting on a lethal injury right now. If you leave this room, they'd be dead by the time you got back.
Okay, but no spinal concerns to my knowledge.
No.
All right.
The wiring likely landed on them, and then the intense pain shocked them and knocked them unconscious.
I understand. Yes, I will say they're clear.
Reverse engineering focus?
Yeah.
Emergency repairs, airs focus.
Yep.
Limit pusher or fast thinker, since I'm working with presumably alien and advanced tech, and we're trying to do this quickly before this man and flatlines on us.
I'll let you bring down the comp by 1 for that.
Oh, it's a higher comp.
Yeah.
Comp
Because
3.
it's very alien tech to you. You guys are familiar with Elkaran technology, but it's your Iconian expert is. Oh, you have the Iconian textbook advantage. You can bring the diff or the comp by one as well.
Let's bring the comp down to
So
1. All right.
Nice.
I'm gonna go for generating momentum and take 3 threat.
Sure.
I'll keep a determination in my pocket.
Flow seems stable.
And that should be it.
Okay.
And the wire stops glowing a bright green and is a sort of almost olive green matte color to the wire.
Okay, clear down at this end. We're good.
Oh, I will grab her then.
Fitness, medicine, difficulty 1, just to move them away from the wire.
Can I help with this since I'm like right there?
You could.
All right. 1 momentum. I will spend 2 to gouache. The first thing I need to do is get a bold medicine.
You pull them
Sure.
out from under the wires.
While I'm up here, can I take a minute to double check this junction and the rest of the plasma flow?
What are you checking for?
Making sure that me cutting off this junction is not gonna like cause blowouts further down the line. That this is gonna blow up on us and spew plasma all over everything.
You have too little data to know that. You're not hearing any telltale hums or building up of power or anything like that. But if it's anything like Federation technology, there's likely a secondary fuse or junction area somewhere else. But
Like
given the severe damage to the area, who knows what's going to happen? But it looks like it looks like wiring for like computer consoles or gravity generators. It's not like for an engine or a phaser array. It's not a ton of power. It's just some power. It's meant for like commercial use, not
Not industrial use.
not industrial use. Yeah, still not great to have that wire laying on you. It's super bad for you, but you know, because that was industrial use, that person would have been dead a long time ago.
All right.
All right.
What is the check to solve their injury to apply burn removal cream?
That would be control security to shoot them with the phaser. No,
Put them out of their misery.
Oh, well, I'm good at that. So.
Daring medicine, difficulty of 2. I'm gonna increase the complication up due to the unideal surroundings of their treatment. Daring medicine, difficulty 2, comp 2. You're not being penalized for lack of gear. You have a medical kit. It's just the bad straight. But that's enough to first aid and get them stabilized from death.
Yes.
Can I assist?
Certainly can.
Heck yeah.
All right. Daring medicine. 2. You only have.
24.
Yeah. Oh God.
I have quite a few red chips over here.
All right. You know what? I'll risk it. I'll just spend 1 momentum.
I mean, if you want to give him threat, you can, by all means.
I guess at this point, it's like we're inflating the value of threat so much that giving him more doesn't actually mean all that much.
It
Oh,
just
really?
it just
That's
means
the
he's
no.
gonna.
entire thought behind it.
Yeah.
I don't start
And-
panicking till threat gets it's north of 40.
And that line of thinking got us to Stovacor once.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, that
you
sounds
only
glorious.
counselor, you only make that mistake once.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
well,
worry.
I mean,
I like
no.
to tempt fate. Okay.
We make
I
it
live on the
weekly.
edge.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's just gonna beat the crap out of me in a couple of scenes.
So that's
You're-
two
You're able to treat their injuries as best you can as you use various tools to kind of. They still need a med bay, but they're not going to die now. And actually, what you basically done is degraded it from a lethal wound to a non-lethal wound. So at the end of the scene, essentially they would rouse awake. But given the severity of their burns, you also apply a sedative to keep them from waking up to intense pain, because then they'll immediately pass out again. But for now, they're not going to die.
You can also put out one of the emergency beacons on them.
Well, I think we're going to round them all up and then use one beacon. Cadet, would you be a dear and bring this innocent person back to the plaza and then return to meet up with us at the next life sign?
Is that something I could physically do all on my own?
Yeah, it's a fitness plus medicine roll, difficulty of 3 to get back there.
If that's too much for you, then I can assist you.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
then we will do this together.
Would it? So is it? Is it all one roll, or do we both have to make it?
This is you've already navigated at least to this person, and so you can get back without having to. This is just carrying them so you don't accidentally injure them again in transport.
Could we use something from the environment to make a stretcher? Would that help?
For a momentum, I actually call it 2 momentum. For I'd either call it 2 momentum or, sorry,
Roll.
The idea is coming to me as how to do it as I'm saying it. Either 2 momentum or insight plus engineering difficulty 2 to find a suitable stretcher equivalent. Or heck, by sheer luck, find an actual stretcher that they have stored away somewhere in the building.
Yeah, I can do that. Take a threat. Stovacor awaits.
I'll assist.
You have to die in battle
Emergency-
first, friend. Sorry, go
emergency repairs or possibly Starfleet protocols. In case of emergency, here's how you make a stretcher in the field.
I'll take Starfleet protocols at increased complication. It's in the right ballpark,
Okay.
but there's a specialization that helps better with that.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh no!
When?
Avril
Oh,
Lavigne,
man.
why?
Although
What?
you accidentally increased the comp range, so
yeah, so you
those
just
were both
regularly
negative.
failed.
You just regular failed, but so you didn't create any complications.
No, I increased the complication to get the focus.
Oh, you did.
Oh, you did. Yeah, that's right.
So, when in doubt, duct tape.
I'll take it because I know what I was gonna do to you, so that I'll apply it. I'll explain if you make it. I'll explain why. That helps.
Yeah. I'm just gonna duct tape together a stretcher of sorts. There we go.
So, what initially almost happened was you walked up to some a bit of debris, and you all of a sudden felt the floor kind of sink, like a good like a visceral like you were up, you went down a bit, and you very quickly started putting down some duct tape, some adhesive tape down to kind of help stabilize the ground underneath you as you're standing on it, and then very quickly scampered away from it before it kind of fell away from you, and decided to look somewhere else and find a stretcher somewhere that doesn't have a floor that's about to fall out from under you.
So I used the
Fine.
duct tape to make webbing for me to climb up.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah, duct man.
Yep. Also, I am totally okay with duct tape existing in the 24th century.
Yeah. What is the difficulty now? I'm sorry, we do have to
200.
focus a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, we now have a stretcher to help us carry this man.
You can. It is now a fitness medicine difficulty 2.
All right, my fitness medicine is 11. I don't know if anyone's is going to be higher.
Mine is also an 11.
All right.
So I can assist, but
Sure, sure, and I will spend 3 momentum and roll 4 dice. And
oh my
and
god, you rolled 3 ones.
I sure did. And I'm spending one of them to quash that complication.
Or two,
So we gain 3.
which would have brought us to max anyway.
Mhm.
Is Arlen staying there, or is he coming with you?
I'm coming with.
And with that, I'm going to step away briefly. I'll be right back.
Oh boy.
You only have how many left? 5?
Just another 4.
Just 4? Okay. We'll probably do this in time.
I mean, you could comms up to the ship and request a hoplite unit. Because they are a hazard team.
I might do that now that we're back in the center.
Oh boy.
Besides, after last episode, they probably all love me.
Hey, if you have a favor, you could just as pull a favor and bring him in.
I do not.
Yeah, for some reason they've been calling the counselor glorious leader. The supreme one.
I have returned.
So, on advice from the captain, once we get back to the plaza, I'm going to tap my communicator and say, Asa to bridge.
Bridge here, go ahead. Away team.
This is the counselor. We have a injured civilian that needs to be beamed up, but there are actually a lot of injured civilians here. Could you be a dear and send down a hoplite unit to assist us in civilian rescue?
Give me presence plus medicine or command opposed, because the person you're talking to is the admiral, and you already know he's kind of itchy about sending additional people to this mission. But you're trying to explain to him that, look, you get it, but it's necessary for mission
Yeah.
success.
I probably would phrase it as, could you be a dear if I realized I was talking to the admiral and not a lieutenant? But, you know. Would you accept conversation as a focus if I'm like casually smoothing him into this? Or is that a stretch?
Say it again?
Would you accept conversation as a focus?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Does
All
any
right.
of his things kick in?
Could I assist by spending a favor?
They'll give you 1 free hit.
Thank you, Captain.
Yeah, I'll just spend one of my multiple favors with Trailblazer.
That's not really what that's for. Okay, so he is then going to use... No, that applies. And... he's buying a full mitt of dice.
Well,
He's very resistant to this idea.
but I'm very insistent. So with Pen's favor, does that mean I can only roll 4 dice?
No, it gives you a free
it
hit.
doesn't count as a die roll.
Okay.
You have an advantage because
I didn't
of
know
the
if it
favor.
worked like determination. Okay.
I know.
Then I will spend momentum to roll all 5.
And I'll note when you're speaking with him, there's a certain level. I failed to convey it terribly well, but there's a certain level of coldness and lack of empathy that he has. He's being very, almost textbook in the way he's responding. Like he's finding a very legalistic way to not allow you to do this, but you're kind of convincing him the other way
And
around.
I'm
Like, dude,
using my empathy Yes, and I will note in my mental notes, which I'm just is getting very long this episode, is that the admiral is a little bit cold and distant, and for some reason I don't know why.
Well, you're currently standing in his hometown.
Yeah, he's not in a terribly great mood. But yeah, you gain 2 momentum as you discuss with him. There, you kind of stop talking for a second to kind of let him process, and then you hear a sigh. Sending a hoplite team forthwith, counselor. Noting the medical insistence for mission success. Thank you for your advisory.
Thank you for being such a dear, Admiral. Asa out, and she will end the con line with a very satisfied smile on her face.
A quick cut scene for a moment of the admiral kind of looking at one of the crew and raising an eyebrow. Did she just call me dear? They shrug and continue working because they're very busy. He just shrugs and oh well, and he starts organizing it. So a hoplite team is going to be sent down to help you. That is 2 opportunity and 1 escalation.
Yep.
1 opportunity, 2 escalation.
Something like that.
2 and 2, sorry. So 2 your momentum go away and 2 go away, but does mean
I'm okay with it being 1 escalation.
Nah.
Plus, if you succeed at a task with the hoplites, it's a quality one, so you gain a bonus to spend.
Mm-hmm.
During all that, Dr. Lazos, you're eventually able to get the full diagnostic dump of the AI and its stability. And you're able to determine that the AI, of its own free will, is doing its best to assist you because it has designated you as friendlies who are aiding them in distress.
So, point of clarification:
Hmm.
when you say AI, we don't mean a program that has a greater capacity for problem solving than average. We're talking about a sapient intelligence that
Yes.
is artificial. Oh, okay.
That you would learn from this as well, that there's a
Oh,
sapient
well,
level to it.
sorry I went poking around in its brain, but it's a little late for that, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to mind that you're doing this. Once it and that's part of the role. Part of the role is doing it in such a way that once you realize that, not offending it, and it's like, oh, you're checking if I'm lying to you. That's fair. um, it's not evasive. It's not trying to be evasive and hiding what it knows inside. Something has interfered with its ability to see inside the residence. So it would like to tell you more information. It just doesn't. It doesn't have any eyes in there.
All right. What I wanted to do was create an advantage that I could link it to the tricorder so that I could communicate with it going forward. Like, now that I trust it, like working with it to link it to the tricorder. That's why I was asking if a determination could.
You actually don't need to spend determination for that. You can just simply explain your intention to it, and it would just do it. It would just link into your tricorder and talk to you through it.
Okay, then I'll do that.
Especially since you rolled a complication to tick it off or anything, so it's like, oh, you're friendlies. All right, sure, I'll connect with your computer systems. I don't mind. An extra, if anything, it appreciates having an extra set of eyes.
Yeah, I'll hook it up to either my com badge or my tricorder. Can you open up a way to the residence?
The pillars come down.
Doctor, I'll head in first if you want to follow.
Very well.
If the rest of the away team requires help, try and render it before coming in, because I don't know how dangerous it's going to be.
Oh,
Well-
I was intending to just like walk right behind Pin, like going in first, sure, but I wasn't gonna stay here. Yeah, I would rather not stay alone, Captain. I'm gonna follow you.
Fair enough.
Actually, I will actually. Sorry, I didn't make this clear. That's my bad. They would have gotten back by the time that diagnostic was done. Like it took a long time for you to get through it. So they've actually gotten there and put the person down, made their call for the hoplites to show up. Hoplites start beaming in and
Oh.
getting ready to go.
So yeah, you can either maintain a healthy distance behind me, or you can assist the rest of the away team.
I will follow you.
Okay, I'll start heading on.
Halt! Warning! Do not proceed further.
The computer's telling us this?
Yep.
Explain.
Clarification.
Detecting significant radiation spike near power pylons in your area. Unable to reduce power load.
Is that what the blue things are?
Yep.
Can you designate safe passage?
Two possible routes. And it indicates these routes on your tricorder.
Yeah.
Is the radiation too extreme for like to perform repairs here? Like can we even get close enough, or is it, getting close is no.
If you get close, you're gonna take damage. But if you succeed at the task, the damage will be reduced, or will be shut off rather. But if you move close enough to actually repair it, then you're gonna take some damage getting in there.
All right, then not worth it.
The downside is the route that the computer's indicating. It takes you through the ruins of the city. So instead of taking the main boulevards and roads, you'd be going the long way around.
Can
fine with that.
Can the AI give us a assessment of the radiation, like how bad it would be?
How much
yeah.
would it hurt? Like, I might be able to soak it. I might not mind.
I mean, you've already killed me once, technically, with radiation.
And nothing bad happened as a result of treatment. Nothing at all. Let me pull it up. Whoop. Oh, you silly thing. There we go. Three challenge dice, piercing 2, vicious 1.
Would it help if I took multiple doses of the anti-rad?
All the multiple doses are doing is extending its how long it lasts, but its efficacy. Actually, I take that back. You could do it. However, it would be daring medicine, difficulty of without the med kit 4, complication of 3. But you could basically overdose yourself a little bit with the anti-rad, and you could be immune to the effects for a short while. It's not great for you, and you risk doing some damage to yourself, but you could do it. If you had a med kit, it would drop the difficulty in comp by 1.
And you said if we worked at the console, they could possibly get the radiation spikes under control.
No, the console can't affect it. That's what the AI is saying. The AI
Okay.
can't do anything.
Yeah,
You'd have to
we'd have to
physically
go
get
to
up
the
to it and
polls.
yeah.
Yeah, he spoke of hostiles. I don't think we can. You know, be in anything other than our best shape if we need to help people. So we should probably just avoid these.
Well, timing is of the essence. And unfortunately, I believe I'm probably the only one out of the two of us who could make it through that and still be relatively fine. So if you wish to go with the away team and make your way around one of those two paths, and you can meet me at the residence.
Very well.
And yeah, I won't take the extra anti-rads, but I will just get ready and dart through it, getting radiated as I go.
Fitness con difficulty 2. If you fail, you'll still succeed at cost. The cost will be that you'll get through, but you'll take that damage twice. If you make it, you only take it once. Because you're sprinting through it.
I'll spend my medicine to reduce a con task by 1 to a difficulty of 1.
I'm sorry, what?
What's it called? I've used it a few times.
You'll spend your medicine?
Medal. The Starfleet Exploration Division decoration.
Oh, yes.
So you have to choose between science or con when you
I thought
pick
you said
it.
you'd spend your medicine, and I was like,
No, me medal
how
on.
does that help?
No, I'll be spending that medal on it, so it's a diff one.
Okay. That's my bad. I just completely misheard you.
And I'm assuming hoplite for a trait, but by all means.
Hoplite training would tell you not to do this.
Oh yeah. But yeah,
or be in an Eva suit if you did it.
If you want to,
you'd still probably take damage.
If you want to pick on me or decide if anything helps, trait-wise, by all means.
Your leg would increase the complication because it might malfunction. The rest don't help or hinder you because a lot of it would tell you not to do it this way. But you're going in there with the understanding of I'm doing something dangerous for speed's sake.
I doubt it'll kick in, but would applied force? I don't think it would.
Whoopsie. Why is that open, please? Oh,
yeah, the talent. I doubt it would, but it's always funny to ask.
No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't say so.
I didn't think so.
Well, anyway, you're using fitness anyway.
Yeah. Take a threat.
Sure.
So it's a difficulty 1 task.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is 5 damage. You're looking at a non-lethal injury.
I would like to spend my medal to avoid that injury, please.
Yep. As you feel nauseous for a second, to a point you almost keel over and start to pass out, and you're able to kind of, you kind of shake yourself out of it. That does not feel great, and you wouldn't suggest anyone else doing it, but hey, you didn't pass out somehow.
Yeah,
I feel like you have a soft glow to you now. I wouldn't worry about it.
It's not the first time I've been dosed with a heavy amount of radiation.
So Dr. Lazos rejoins the away team who are gathered with the hoplites.
Yeah, I'll just kind of look at the group and say, so time for a run, and I'll kind of start like jogging in place, like let's go, and just start kind of moving on, not explaining, just running.
Yeah, no, Asa is going to look at you like you have two heads and say, I apologize, dear, but I'm very old. Could you please explain what you mean?
Oh, the captain's probably gonna die of radiation poisoning. We gotta hurry up and get around.
What?
We have comm badges.
She can call you and confirm.
All right, I will tap my communicator and say, Captain, is everything all right? The fine doctor is saying you're.
You hear interference and static.
I can't call him?
Ooh. This was
Oh,
not a great idea.
fucking hell.
I'm gonna keep jogging in place, like motioning. We gotta go.
Okay. I'm gonna grab the hoplite lieutenant and say, it is now your job to rescue these civilians. We have a bigger fish to fry. And then we have a different, more important fish to fry.
It's
And
gonna
then
fry
I will
itself.
and then I will turn around to Lazos and say, all right, you lead us through this.
I'm going to set a hard pace and move through this rebel because I would like. I mean, obviously, Pin has a more direct route, so if he's moving swiftly, I probably can't keep up with him. But I don't want to be that far behind.
First off, presence command difficulty would be 3, but they're the hoplites, so it's difficulty 2. As you're basically directing them to basically go on their own mission to go after the injured.
All right. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Yes.
And the hoplites split up to start helping
If
the people they can.
if I can get a trait this episode, I'm gonna get a trait like well liked by the hoplites or something.
I'll be doing rolls later to see how their missions are going.
Yep.
Which way are you guys going? This way or this way? This way. This way.
The side we're closest to.
This way. Okay.
Yeah, the AI did not indicate in any way which would be easier, so I was just taking that one.
Yeah, because to it, it's like, they're both equally bad, so at least I'm not irradiated. So as you guys begin your jog into the ruins, Pinned, you're a lot closer to the giant floating holographic head that is turning towards you. And you see there are 2 smaller roads going further on past these areas, but there are some side streets as you're closer that could get you to one side or the other.
Any suggestions for when I enter the building?
Advise scanning past a doorway before opening it and remaining armed. The assailants are of unknown threat level at this time.
Oh joy. Well, you're in my tricorder, so you'll have eyes yourself. So, on my way.
Which way do you go?
I'll just head south there.
There's 2 souths.
I'll go for the right one.
This one?
Yeah.
I start heading this way. Meanwhile, jog. Oops, no, hoplite, stay here. Stay here. Jog. You fine folk are in a new scene for one. And owe me a roll of fitness plus con or engineering. Difficulty. You are trying to speed up here, so I'm gonna say difficulty 3, complication. Is it lower before? Hold on. Scroll. Well, I didn't have a complication before. That's why I wanted to know. Okay. So it is fitness plus con or engineering, difficulty 3, complication range 2. The
I'm
complication
gonna
range is because you guys are parkouring your way through the ruins, basically.
I'm gonna throw a determination at Vin and just kind of laughingly say, "Hey, this isn't the worst thing I've made you do." And then I'll spend a threat with a focus in ruin exploration.
Yep.
It's weird playing a character without any access to rerolls, even for their best stat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same.
Yeah, that's how it was for me during my time, like starting to play Ven. I was like, man, I don't get to reroll anything.
It's super weird for me with Asa.
One down, 3 to go.
All right. GM,
Yeah.
I have a what do you not momentum, the other M word.
Determination.
No, milestone.
Oh, you
I
said
have
M word.
yes, sorry.
Termination.
Yes.
Milestone, you were saying?
Yes, I have a milestone from Protector and Defender of the Veil Part 3. I believe that's from when I shot the lady in the closet. I might be wrong, but I think that's what that's from.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. If that is taking decisive action to save someone, could I use that here to get a determination?
You could, yep.
Okay. Does that mean, do I also have to spend it on a value, or can I just get
Yes.
the benefit? Okay.
You basically traded in the milestone for a determination point. So you have one in pocket, now you have to spend it to something.
Okay. Could I spend it on experience outweighs education? That it's in my experience the captain is being a dumbass and I have to save him?
That tracks, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess that's also sometimes you have to help people who won't help themselves.
Man.
I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and 2 threat. No, I will spend 2 threat then to roll 3 dice.
Roger.
Now you know what it's like, penned.
Hey, means no difference to me.
2
Character,
down.
I think this
2
was
to
a great
go.
choice to make. And that milestone is now spent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But because you created determination with that milestone, roll veteran.
That's true.
Oh. Okay.
Hey, you kept it. Lieutenant Arlen, Cadet Ven.
Well, come on, Junior. Show him
Okay.
how it's done.
Right.
You do have a determination care of Dr. Lazos, Cadet.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. I will spend it on the do we have a what's it? Hang on. Directive that
Like
applies
7
to
of
this?
them.
Okay.
Or 5 of them.
Spending that.
Toward what directive?
Yeah, it's in the pinned.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the pinned now. No, wrong channel.
No, he's Captain Pinned now. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Lose 1,000 experience points.
Oh, great. I can't use those, but thank you.
Would Directive 2 or Directive 4?
Because the serene would count under survivors, right?
That's fair. Directive 4. Yep.
Okay. Otherwise, I would have thrown out my regular value of eager to explore, but right. Take 2 threat. Fitness, engineering. Hey. Hey!
You generated some momentum out of that.
Yeah, I generated 3 momentum. Nice.
Lieutenant Arlen,
Actually, hang on a second.
hanging on. Thank you.
I'm gonna spend 1 momentum and the bonus that I just generated. Can I create an advantage that it'll be easier getting back?
Certainly.
Now that like I've been using my tricorder to map our route.
So yeah, if you go this way, it'll be you'll have an easier time because you have a safe route that you can go back by.
I
Lieutenant Arlen.
Okay, day. Div 3. Definitely going with engineering. Possibly emergency repairs focus.
At increased comp, you'd be at comp 3.
Starfleet protocols?
Same deal. I'd be looking for something like hazardous environs or
Running.
running. You know.
Threat analysis to be able to analyze the
Mm.
safety of where we're running.
Well, that's the problem. Is that
Yeah.
you'd have to slow down to do any sort of analysis. You need something physical or athletic that would to get it without complication.
Okay. Might be worth it. Okay. I'm gonna go with emergency repairs. Limit pusher or trait.
That would bring the diff down by 1. So it'd bring it down to 2. I would up the comp up to 3, but I would have to spend threat to do that. I'm just letting you know that's what I'd do.
Okay.
Do you want to do that?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm at
diff 2, comp 3. Sorry, comp 4. My bad.
hoping you wouldn't catch that. All right, 1 threat, 2 momentum. Let's roll.
We. Yeah, you get deeper on the boulevard and you see the remnants of various schools and tutoring offices and consultancy agencies and things like that of that nature. What that all adds up to, you can discern for yourself. But you do see that you have circumnavigated the radiation areas, and there is the road further ahead, and there's some side streets that could lead you to the Central Boulevard where the captain went. Though if you're heading this way, you'd be heading towards the residence he's heading toward as well, presumably.
Yeah. we're headed towards that residence, so that's just where we should go.
Yeah. Excuse me.
As you progress ahead, for Captain Penn, he has actually one thing you notice is that the pylons come back up behind you.
Can I
Oh,
ask
phooey.
the AI why are the pylons reactivated?
Intruders within the facility have manually overridden the lockdown procedure. They're attempting to lock down the surrounding districts. I'm currently attempting to compensate. Presuming that someone has access to one of the main computers within the residence.
Yeah, I'd still be heading on.
Yeah, I don't think the personal effect won't help me here because it can't interface with the tricorder. It'd have to be at a terminal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could physically force one of these pylons down. Like mechanically force it to go back
Yeah.
down again. So Penn's able to progress forward without impediment. However, the rest of the away team, when they look forward, they see there is a bunch of collapsed rubble blocking the roadway further on toward the residence.
Well, I guess I need to look at that. Rubble, what's it made out of, and is it part of the ceiling, or did it come from elsewhere?
This
Structural
this is
condition.
this is a road, and buildings have fallen over to block that part of the road.
Okay, I
Well, rubbles from the buildings have fallen over. Sorry, I should say.
okay.
No, it's like dozens of meters high. We couldn't like climb
I-
over it.
You could. It would just take you a long time to do it, and it'd be somewhat
Can I-
dangerous.
I want to walk over towards Arlen and start conversing with him about the different parts of the rubble and where to properly apply either phasers or the torches to take this down.
Insight engineering difficulty 3 to discern a weakness in the or an effective strategy to demolishing the rubble ahead of you.
Do you want to take lead, or can I take it?
I'll leave it up to you. I'm rolling a 16 with a focus in metallurgy.
I'm rolling 14 in with a possible focus in emergency repairs or technical insight.
Mm.
So yeah, if that focus applies, I'll say you go first, and I'll assist.
Does metallurgy apply?
It would, yep. I would have increased complication as well, but you guys made sure to ask the admiral for a briefing on what buildings are made of here, so that basically eliminated that complication entirely.
I'm pretty sure their buildings are made out of building, but that's the end of my knowledge.
I'll give
They're
you
made
a
of
momentum.
straw.
I'll take a momentum.
Space straw.
Base straw.
Oh, that still hits. Insight's one higher.
Look, the fourth little pig
Yeah.
made his house out of wolf skulls. Not strong, but it sends a message.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. So, you are able to discern that you do have some tools already for lifting away rubble, the struts that Arlen brought along. So you actually could do an control engineering. Difficulty would be much higher. Would have been 4 originally, brought down by 1 because of your consulting with each other. Brought down again because you have purpose tools for moving large bits of debris away. Control, it could be fitness or engineering as well if you want to use that as well. So it could be control or fitness.
Yeah, Dr. Lazo seems pretty well enjoy talking to Arlen about how to accomplish this task, but once he's done it, he quickly goes from like the academic side of it to the physical side and is no longer enthused about this. Like at this point he just wants the Starfleet engineer whose whole job is the practical side of engineering to just handle it. Like he solved the hard part, which is, you know, the theoretical side of it. So now this guy should just do the hard part.
And now I get to do stupid things with tools, so I'm happy.
Power tools, come here.
I won't pass up the opportunity to stand in judgment and occasionally give corrections, though.
You know, I don't publicly admit these things, but I do kind of think you're both nerds.
Yeah, but I'm in the theoretical realm. He's in the practical realm. That makes him slightly inferior.
No, that makes you slightly nerdier, but I understand where you're coming from.
I'm the type of nerd who makes a robot fight club on the ship.
No, you're more salt of the earth. That's that's
That's not
her
a compliment.
methodology here.
Aw. And that's why Yolan and I go so well together. I'm salty of the earth. He has his eyes on the stars.
Nope. So,
Nope.
how's that control engineering roll going?
1 threat. Focus in emergency repairs or technical insight. Make sure this thing doesn't fall on us.
I'll take tactical insight, actually. You understand the tools that you're using, so you know how to use them effectively.
Could I possibly use limit pusher to create a wider path or make the path stable for longer?
I would make it stable for longer. Yeah, doesn't decrease
Okay.
the difficulty, but it makes it more permanent.
Yep.
Like basically, once you're using it to kind of less to give yourself a temporary hole, but using it to kind of push a path through that you can move, that will allow you to go through.
Sweet.
And this is where you biff it. Damn. And you're able to create a passage in the road ahead.
Let's get running.
Okay. And you guys have to do, this is unfortunately straight up fitness con, difficulty of 2 to catch up to Penn. It's just raw running through the road to catch up to him. Otherwise, he's going to encounter something a whole round or 2 ahead of you.
Fitness con diff 2. No, I'm not going to be any good at this.
I mean, you are also allowed to fail.
I know, but I am stubborn and I'm not going to let myself fail if I think you're putting yourself in danger.
He does that a lot.
So I've come to know this.
See, I love this train of thought when Penn's arguably the most dangerous person on the ship.
Yeah, well, still, in my mind, you're the captain, and I have to care like extra to make sure you don't die. GM, can I spend my determination again on sometimes you have to help those who won't help themselves if I'm still going after him?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay. Oh, no dice. And I will spend 2 momentum and roll 3 dice.
Oh, we get 1 back.
Yeah. I probably shouldn't have spent it all. I've already succeeded, but whatever.
Zoom. And it's kind of difficulty 2 for the rest of the away team to see if you fall behind. As people are sprinting through the roads. Would that be Arlen, Lazos, or Ven?
Yeah, I'll try. Would you accept a determination on Starfleet serves science, not the reverse, and that I'm not Penn's backup? Penn is supposed to be my backup for this. Like I'm supposed to be out here discovering Iconians and doing ruin stuff, and he's the.
I would let you challenge that, but not spend toward it. On that logic.
Why would that be challenging it?
Because you are backing him up.
No,
Like, you're
that's
racing
what
to get
that's
him.
what I'm saying. I'm trying to. Oh, you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
You're saying I'm backing him up because that's what Trailblazer said.
Well, no, you're racing to catch up to him.
That's what I'm saying. I want to use the determination to get back into the lead. I want to be in front of him. That's where the determination's coming from.
You know what?
That's a bit of a weird
Sure.
one.
Sure.
Because I'm afraid he's going to kill all the Iconians before I can talk to one.
Yeah, you're doing the right thing for the wrong reasons.
Classic.
Is that the Winchester effect kicking in?
Oh God.
I'm not the one responsible for that 23 threat, so. A focus in ruin exploration?
I'll take it, yeah.
Yeah, why do I bother?
Zoom.
That should gain us 3.
2 float.
2 float.
What would you like to use that 2 float for your roll?
To get further faster?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ada, you're running, you're making good pace, and then friggin' Doctor just bolts like an Olympic sprinter and just poof, is gone.
I knew we couldn't trust him.
I just ran fast. What? How is that betrayal?
You're not allowed to
Well-
outrun the serviceman. It makes the service look bad.
Nothing. You were just reinforcing a preconceived notion she had of you.
In and out of character.
Van and Arlen.
Okay. I'll take a go at it. Oh
Go on,
God,
Squirt.
it's
You got
and
this.
it's con. I'm spending 3 momentum. Oh, like this is gonna help. Oh my God.
Zoom. As you catch up to Aza, and you're both making good time. Arlen.
Okie day. I'm gonna spend 1 momentum, fitness, and con. Could I possibly use tinkering as I'm adjusting my running style to optimize my speed?
At complication increase, bit of a stretch.
Yeah, that was absolutely a stretch. You know what? Sure, let's go for it. This is silly.
There you go.
And it paid off.
So, we pan forward to.
Lazos getting shot.
Oops, no, wrong music.
No, I thought this is the point where Winchester betrays us.
Well, that as well.
There are rumors getting around about Winchester that are not true.
Rumors.
Yeah,
Lazarus,
yeah.
Lazarus, you sprint into the residence with great speed and kind of find yourself way ahead. You kind of come to able to slow down a little bit, and are met, or encounter rather, a collection of persons. You see four individuals who have what appear to be some sort of long rifles with affixed laser bayonets in full black armor. And past them are two individuals two Alcarans who seem to be speaking to each other. And you can give me insight plus security, difficulty of 2, to get a quick read of the situation before they do something.
I don't know if these are Iconians, but if they are Iconians, would Iconian studies come into play?
It
Recognizing.
would.
Okay.
It assists you in this scenario.
I kind of didn't want it to.
What? Because it means you've literally just run right up to the Iconians.
Well, I assume I didn't like bump into one. Like I might see them from like a couple dozen meters away, right?
Yeah, like that's what the insights part. You might see something, go, ooh, maybe I'm not going in there anymore.
I might want to ask questions. So. I really don't want to fail this, so I'm gonna give you 3 momentum.
Okay.
It's probably overkill, but
I got the 2 momentum back. You recognize that the 4 armored individuals are armored in Iconian battle armor with Iconian firearms. Whereas the 2 people in the back are dressed in what you recognize as a clothing styles reminiscent of the Iconian Empire.
they're all Karens dressed in that style.
Yes.
Oh, these are the traitors. They're the fifth columnists.
So I imagine with that information, you're not going to charge in there. You're going to turn around and sprint away before they realize you're there.
I mean, I was talking about just like walking up and like trying to explain the situation, like get to talk to them, but because like these are Iconians, no one's ever seen one or met one before. Like I'm the first one.
You could approach them, but you get the feeling these people are itching to repulse any intruders, since the Iconians did not suffer trespassers for very long. Then again, you might be able to persuade them to believe you're not a trespasser. You're some sort of supplicant. But I don't know if you want to roll those dice.
I have a presence of 7, command of 1. Can I obtain information? Is there any like Iconian devices nearby that are not right next to the guys with the guns?
You would have to spend 2 momentum for there to be something.
I'll do that.
What I would say.
But what I'm hoping for is there's like some kind of console or something that has a readout or a display that can display text.
Whoop, way too big. There we go. Yeah, there's a console just over this way, just outside of the house.
I
It
want
looks to be a temporary installation, like it's something they must have put there and installed. And you actually see there's wires connecting it into the building.
I want to stealthily move to it.
Control plus, control or fitness plus security opposed.
Ooh, opposed, is it?
And I'll warn you, mechanically speaking, since there are 4 guards that are looking out, I would get one, well, yeah, 4 d20 to roll as a squad. They may or may not have a focus for seeing people sneaking around them, but you don't know what their numbers are. But you do know that there are a lot of eyes looking in this direction.
Would artificial sense visor help? Because I can, through certain like EM bands, I can see them through solid objects, so that might help me avoid them a little bit.
I'll give you a free hit for that. That's reasonable.
I'll give you a momentum and 2 threat.
Okay.
I don't think I have a focus on this one. Unless I ever found some partial Iconian text of patrol patterns.
I don't think you're quite that lucky. You'd have to give me 2 momentum for that advantage. Or 2 threat in this case.
I'll sit right where I am. I like 5 plus from guaranteed.
One of those get to be rerolled for free. It's not enough. 1, 2, 3. 3 hits.
And we've got
Gain 2 momentum.
Well, technically 6
4
hits.
momentum, sorry.
Yeah.
6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, yeah. 6 hits to their 3, so you get 3 momentum. Yeah.
Alright.
So yeah, you're able to sneak up to it without them noticing you before you're able to kind of duck behind the wall and wait for them to kind of patrol away from you while you access the computer and then hide again when they are getting close.
I'd like to use the personal effect to get access to it.
I'll note as people are sprinting out, Penn, do you meet up with your away team who are running, coming from the other road, and off in the distance, this should be a little further away. That's my bad. You can see the doctor huddled next to a console just outside the residence and fiddling with it.
I thought you 3 were helping civilians.
Yeah, the counselor is very out of breath, but she will say, "Captain, why did you run off? You could have gotten yourself killed. We couldn't even communicate with you."
Oh, this isn't the first time I've been radiated. I'm fine. Quite literally.
The counselor literally has eyes wide and jaws. Sir, do you not realize how risky what you just did was?
Yes, it's called a calculated risk.
We came running in after you because we were afraid that you were dying of radiation poisoning.
Who told you I was dying from radiation poisoning?
The doctor.
No, I told him I could handle it.
Sir, I understand that you're tough. You are not so tough that you could survive being poisoned by a chemical process.
You really haven't read my records, but that's for another issue. Why is he all the way over there?
Meanwhile, I'm just leaning on a piece of building, just ow, just nursing that stitch in my side.
3 momentum is being spent.
And I will write, or I will mentally note, grandiose sense of self in my notes on the captain.
For reference, Jim, because of expert, I have a bonus momentum which I will most likely be using for obtain information.
For now, just stay close and we'll catch up to the doctor.
You notice that Lazos takes out some strange-looking hand tool, and you can see some tiny pricks of bluish light coming from it. And he seems to be manipulating some of the paneling for the console he's working on, and then he jams it in and starts accessing something inside.
Yeah, I'll head up to Lazos.
Insight security
To whom?
to you, because you're getting closer. Insight security difficulty 2.
Take a threat.
Sure.
Any traits kick in?
Your face kicks in.
Yeah.
I think nanite tactics gives you a complication. No. Hoplite will drop the diff by 1.
Cool. So it's a diff 2 now?
Oh shoot, I should type it out. Should be diff 1 if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, I'll take a diff 1.
Yeah. It was diff 2 originally.
Focus in composure?
I'll have to say no in this case. You don't know that you're imperiled at the moment.
Strategy and tactics? I've literally
That
got an idiot running off ahead of me doing strange shit.
That reasoning, I would say no.
He's doing something dangerous with Iconian technology.
Are you? Well, I'm doing an insight security to see if you notice the guards that are ahead.
Ah, okay.
Less him. It's obvious what he's doing. He's being a civilian Federation expert who is running off ahead. 2 events are generated. Yeah, so you're aware that there are people inside the residence, and there are armed guards. And if you just waltz out into the yard, they'll see you.
I will signal for everyone to get down and move around the edges of the courtyard.
And that turns into a fitness roll. Sorry, a control. Control. Fitness plus security opposed.
If it matters, GM, the reason I asked the question I did is because I want to use it to create like not an immediate threat, but like, oh, there's something in Sector 3 that needs to be checked on, send like 3 units kind of thing.
Oh, give me daring plus security difficulty 3.
Oh, shit.
That opposed roll may be a lot easier for you guys if this works.
Challenge Directive 5. I'm possibly making it more difficult to capture some of them. Like, if they go check this sector and shit goes down and Pend has the ability to, like, capture people, these guys that I sent away have an easier time escaping because I sent them away.
I follow that challenge, yeah. I could see the Admiral being a little miffed with you.
Alright, then I'll spend 2 momentum for a 3rd die.
Okay.
Does Iconian studies help me, like, in using their language or something?
I'd say so, yeah.
I don't. Is there anything I could spend bonus momentum on here?
maybe have the message be, yes, go investigate, but investigate slightly different areas so you're not exactly together? Kind of. So
Can I do that with only one? I was thinking that any kind of further success required two.
Yeah, you'd need 2 to establish an advantage. 1 is just obtain information.
Well, basically, could we create the advantage of they're able to be picked off one by one?
Yeah, I mean, we could create that separately from the bonus momentum. Spend 2 momentum to say that I've kind of picked an area where to cover it to follow these orders to check the security perimeter. They're going to need to fan out a little bit, or they're going to
You
be
could
doing it all day.
you could do that, yeah.
Then I'll create that advantage. Uh, Oh, for the obtain information, can I glean from this, like from the security net and sending these guys off on this patrol, how many, um, if if a security alert were detected here, how many people could be here in say like 2 rounds? Like say Pin starts shooting this guy or this guy sees pinned, how many people could be here in the first 2 rounds to help him? Oh shit. Um, I
Sorry, I correct myself.
because I know that's how many people are here. Or that's not how many people she thought was here. All right. Yeah, then that's all I had to do to like I can't I don't think I can do anything further. I don't have any momentum. I don't want to spend threat. So it can go back to other people.
Yeah.
I'll talk I'll inform Pind of all this stuff when he arrives, but I don't think he's gotten to me yet.
I'll pull this guy back a bit further. So it is to evade this guy's notice. It is control or fitness plus security opposed. I'm only getting. Oh, I should have rolled more dice. Damn. Oh well. Should have rolled 5, not 4. But anyway, this guy only gets his base 2 because he doesn't have the rest of his team with him to assist his roll.
Roll security diff 3 or diff 2?
It's opposed.
Okay, it's opposed. Okay.
Yeah.
And we're all making this roll individually?
Yeah, because one of you could trip over something
Yeah.
or not be sneaky.
Yeah. Oh shit! And we can. Oh, sorry. We can only give you threat. Okay.
Do you want me to try and generate? Because this is a good roll for me.
Yes. Go first.
So, sorry, what's the difficulty again, please?
Opposed?
Opposed. Very well.
Oh. Can you even generate momentum, or do we all have to roll before the GM?
No, yeah, each individual roll can generate momentum into the next person.
Okay.
Then, yeah, if that's the case, I'll roll 6 challenge dice.
I'm sorry.
All right. No, it's all right. It's worth asking questions like that for clarification.
You only get 4.
What did you roll the challenge dice for?
That's a medal.
There's a medal he has that if he's giving me threat, he can activate the medal, and if he gets effects, I don't get those threat. He just gets the dice.
I
Cost
even
40.
had that medal.
It's a dangerous medal. It's a gambling medal for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Would you take strategy and tactics?
I would, yeah.
I'll reroll.
There's no reason for him to reroll any of that.
So
that's 3 hits. That's a pretty good roll for him.
That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. Yeah, so that's 9 to 3.
3.
Okay, so we gain 6.
Yep. So you're able to get up to Lazos.
All right.
Who's next?
I will spend 3 momentum and roll 4 dice.
Roger. Can reroll that 15. 2 hits. It is a tie currently. You can succeed at cost. Basically, what's happened is that you kind of set the difficulty that he had to hit. He saw you. He might see you, but if you can push yourself, you'll take 3 challenge dice and stress. But you can basically have a last minute sprint to kind of and dive to get out of it, get out of his line of sight.
Yeah, sprinting while already out of breath. Sure.
Yeah. Boop. You take 3 stress.
Oh, I can handle that.
Asa, do your knees normally make that sound?
Oh, shut up.
Snap, crackle, pop.
Oh God.
All right, Ben or Arlen.
How did you know what sound my vertebrae make?
I'm
I'm a
gonna
psychic.
roll.
Woo.
I'm gonna roll 3 challenge dice.
Okay.
You only gain 2 threat.
Only 2. Woe is me.
Security. I'm rolling 4 dice. Here we go. Okay.
All right.
And 1. Eee. It's still 2. That's 2.
And-
I'll take that. Yeah, I gain 1 momentum.
And this is for the sneaking across the way.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
We got some momentum.
Could I do something incredibly silly? Does he have a communicator on him?
Possibly,
sort of-
but you're not.
Transceiving device.
You would have to scan him to verify that, but he could. It's reasonable to assume he would have one. But you don't know for certain if he does.
Can I scan and see if he has one and possibly find the frequency?
Reason plus engineering difficulty of 3. Difficulty's higher because he's far away.
That's fine. Technical insight.
I
Let's
take
focus.
that. Oh, sorry, and
Ah.
I should up the complication up to 3 because it's Iconian technology, but brought down by 1 because you can either bring down that's distance. Comp goes down to 2 because you
Ah.
have the briefing from.
Yep, I have the briefing.
Ben. Yep.
Could I possibly invoke the fate trait fast as thinker to bring that down further so I can quickly understand how this technology works?
Diff for comp, your call.
Let's bring down comp.
Yep. Comp is down to 1.
All right. Take a threat.
Okay.
And 2 momentum.
Yep, you're able to. It takes a bit of fiddling and looking into it and some fast thinking, but you're able to find the alien frequency he's operating on. It's on one of those discrete subspace channels that the that the Alcaran use, but apparently the Psychonia does as well.
Cool. I would like to send a false signal out through it that kind of sounds like someone's talking, but it's being jammed. I want to
To-
sabotage his equipment. With the intent of distracting him.
Okay. Daring
unless-
plus engineering difficulty of 3. The complications would kick in. We know why they come back down.
Yep.
Because the same idea comes up. And limit pusher would click in here as well. It's pretty risky, but comp's minimum 1. So I suppose you could bring the diff down by 1. What am I doing?
Limit push or bring the diff down by 1.
Yep.
All right, and sabotage as my focus.
Yeah,
Take a threat.
certainly.
around him.
Yep. So you can attempt to sneak by him. You have one free hit. Actually, no. I go back. One of the things he has that you've noticed I've been doing is that he basically got a free reroll to see people moving around. You've sabotaged his gear. He no longer has that reroll power. So whatever he rolls, that's what he rolled.
Sweet.
Okay.
So now we're in control and security, and it's road opposed. I think I have the medal. Let me double check. Yes, I'm gonna use my citation of conspicuous gallantry. I'm gonna roll 6 challenge dice.
Everyone has this damn medal.
It's a good medal, and you get 6 threat. Bollocks.
Wahahaha. This is why I love this medal.
I don't think I have a focus here. Starfleet protocols for sneaking.
Complication increase. It's
No,
a bit of
let's
a
do it.
stretch, but I can see it.
Limit pusher or fast thinker trait. Especially if I see him turning my way, I could duck.
I'll let you. If you tie, I'll let limit pusher give you an additional roll to try to push a little bit harder to
Okay.
try to evade him if you happen to tie.
I will take that.
That's 2 hits. You beat him by 1.
Excellent.
Yes, 12 more Iconians, please.
Please, sir, I want another.
The guard phases out of existence as you join the group huddled around the console.
Yeah, I look to Pin and I say, I don't know how long a round is, but I convert rounds into seconds or minutes and say, if things go weary, they'll have 7 people here in like 5 minutes.
Well, I can deal with that when it happens. For now, can you get us access deeper into the residence?
Can I look over the patrol patterns or like the security net and see how many are in our way to the front of the building? And I'll say that there were Elkaran collaborators in Iconian uniforms.
Understood.
Wait, what?
It's fascinating. You know, Elkarans were originally Iconian, and I'll just start going down the anthropological history of Elkarans that I'm, at least what I'm aware of.
Yep.
I'm not even gonna worry about a focus because diff 1 I get a free success. This is just momentum generation.
New scene, by the way.
Aha!
Well,
You can't
put us up
do
to
anything about our
6.
momentum. We max it out anyways.
Damn. Haha! Whoops, that's the wrong music entirely. That would have given you the wrong idea.
Uh-oh.
Boss music. No, 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 no.
I think Pen's mind is already headed that way. Will be a boss fight, but
It would seem that there is no security remaining in this district.
they've all left.
Penn will start heading on.
Are we sure it's safe to keep moving?
Well, if they come back, we'll have to deal with it, but for now, we need to try and get to the Serene.
Understood, sir.
They
Oops.
didn't take the console with them.
No? It's like they didn't care someone found it. Which you recall that these things have security systems that most people would hurt themselves accessing. You have the appropriate tools to access around the security protocol.
Can I start transferring its memory to pads?
For 2 momentum, you can do that rapidly without a roll.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Of which that will be immediately confiscated upon return to the Achilles.
No, I'm gonna plug it into the Achilles as soon as I get the chance.
I
First
see an
open
opposed-
outlet I see, I'm plugging this in.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
Opposed roll in our future. We'll worry about that later. Oh no. As you progress into the house, you see an array of automata that are destroyed in various pieces. You can see that there were what appeared to be phaser arrays or some sort of energy weapon array, like the kind used for starships and vehicles, that are destroyed. It looks like a war happened in here. And up ahead, you can see a bright blue glow emanating from 2 separate doorways. There's a doorway to your left and a doorway to your right. You see a bright blue glow coming from them, like from the bottom of the door and the edges and so on, like it's leaking through. You see there's stairways leading up, and you see there's other doors that possibly will lead elsewhere, but you just get this sinking feeling that whatever's here is behind one of those doors.
Do any of the visual spectrums belie anything that's on the other side of the doors?
Insight science, difficulty 2. Ooh, actually, I would take insight engineering here. I just realized. And one of your focuses applies.
Am I allowed to know which one?
Actually, this one I have to tell you, Iconian Studies.
Okay.
Because you're power fire, so you would know.
Take a momentum. This has got to be the most momentum-oriented playstyle I've ever used.
Let's see what happens when you're not betraying everyone.
Oh, I mean, I downloaded the stuff on the pad, so, you know. Yeah, Lazos will point. There's a gate on the other side of that door.
Both doors.
On the other side of those doors. There's 2 gates?
It would
Or
appear
that
so.
both doors that lead to the same gate? Oh.
They're either 2 doors that lead to the same room with the same gate, or there's 2 gates.
And if I'm not mistaken, the gates not only can displace things spatially, they can do it temporally as well.
Theoretically, yeah.
Like the gate could be to a planet, but the planet like 5,000 years ago.
Theoretically, yeah.
Do they? I've seen so many sci-fi with gates in it. Are these a kind of gate that just scroll through locations where you're never sure which location you're going to end up unless you time it right, or is this it's on a set location?
So the problem that Picard and Company had with their gate was they didn't know how to get it to stay at a particular location, so they just kind of winged it and said, go. There is a way to set it. They just didn't know how to do it, and they were kind of in a hurry. But you could set it if you knew what you were doing. It's like a transporter. It's the same idea. As long as except theirs is they were able to rotate. It's like walking to a transporter pad that's like, I'll beam you the minute you step on. Like, okay, better hope I'm beaming you to the right place. At least with gates, you get to see where you're going.
tackle this in 2 groups?
No. We'll check the stairs first for anyone left before we start messing with the gates.
There are no Iconians left here.
That's not what I said. We're checking for other people and say Iconians.
So you start heading up the stairs?
Yep.
Or do you start? Okay. I assume the away team's following him rather. Yep.
Yes. I am
Yup.
like
Whoopsie.
I am so out of my depth here that like I'm just going along with whatever the other people say to do.
I would actually like to stay a down, and I would like to work on tapping into that Iconian communication network and see if I can set up some sort of Iconian proximity alarm on my tricorder. If it
It seems there are no signals emanating at this time.
can I set up an alarm on my tricorder so that way if it senses is the Iconian transceiving signals like they're talking to each other, it will give me a warning.
I'm also gonna use the excuse that Arlen stayed to justify me staying. Like, I'm just gonna stay with Arlen because I want to do other things.
Okay, then you'd both be forbidden from going through those gates.
Yes, sir.
Yes, that seems reasonable.
All right. Focus in sabotage. As I'm
Sure.
sabotaging their stealth equipment to work for us.
I can see that, yeah.
Take a threat because Stovercore waits.
All right.
And I'll reroll. Can I spend the could I spend the float to get an idea of how many Iconians are possibly within the city?
You certainly could.
I would like to do that. Okay. Rude.
That's the correct answer.
I'm assuming that that was intended to cover the entire city, not just like the range band of my tricorder around the block, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Um. Well, I was gonna set up a jamming field, but I don't think that's worthwhile now. Yeah, I'll just have the alarm set up. So, if it detects any signals on that specific bandwidth, it'll beep at me,
Okay.
or at least get my attention.
You're looking to see if there's any other survivors in here. Is my understanding, Pen?
Yes.
Reason plus medicine difficulty 3 to scan around for any life forms here.
Okay.
Up in the as you're going to the upper landing and examining the various offices and sitting rooms and bedrooms and storage rooms and kitchen and so on.
Determination spend for what's it called? Directive 4.
Yep.
No, I'll just roll because I've got a reroll from reason. Focus in strategy and tactics.
Mm, I'll take it. Yeah, you're trying to be efficient with your searching. Um, you do not detect any other life forms in the upper areas, on the upper floors. You do see a lot of destroyed automata, but you don't see any Alcarans or Aldemona up here.
While
Arlen and Lazos, you hear the sound of an energy weapon being fired in the room in this room.
yeah, I already wanted to head it into the rooms. I just was waiting for everybody to finish.
Yeah, draw my phaser. We'll sneak into the room.
I will advise you that if you continue, you are violating Penn's orders.
His orders were not to go through a gateway. He didn't say anything about going towards the gateway or like going into the room the gateway was in.
Oh,
That's why I agreed.
I mean, you can make that argument to the review board.
I'm not bound by like the worst Penn can do is send me home. He can't like put me in prison.
That's true.
unless you
But
commit,
you can
unless
put
you commit
me in prison.
you could bring you, yeah, but no.
I'm not telling Arlen to do anything, but if Arlen feels a sense of duty to go and protect whoever's being shot, then he should come too.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Protect who's getting shot, and also protect the civilian here who's going to get shot after him.
So you two are heading into that door.
Yep.
Whoops! I'm grabbing things I don't mean to grab. There. Whoop, there. That doesn't need it anymore. Boop. Oh, helps if I actually put someone in there.
That's the black shirt, or I guess the Iconian Alcaran has shot the most serene.
Uh, it would appear so. But give me insight plus security, difficulty of 3.
One do the other, or
Um,
can someone assist?
You could assist each other. Here.
I'm rocking a 14.
I got 12, so I guess I'm assisting.
Is anything related to the Iconians? Or
Yeah,
would
I'd say so.
okay. Artificial visor. I don't know. Like I have a wider field of vision than a normal person
Yeah.
might have. So that
That
brings
would
the
drop. That brings the diff down to 2. Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna give you 3 momentum because I don't want to die.
Oh,
Look, Mom, I'm helping.
2 to quash. The 2 earned to quash.
On a glance, it would appear that the person on the ground who is dressed in dark dark gray robe, sorry, with silver etchings and decoration about the hems of their robes, and various what appear to be decorations about their shoulders. They kind of look like epaulets, but there seems to be some more significance. There's significance of rank of some sort on them. He's lying on the ground. It looks like he has an energy blast wound to his chest. But the Alcaran in front of you, doesn't have a pistol on. They have a sword, and a long sword, and on one hip, and a dagger on the other, both of which are sheathed currently. And he kind of turns around and stares at the two of you.
Have I ever heard of an Iconian method of dealing energy damage that didn't require a weapon like that? Like, if there was
You,
some. Go ahead.
for momentum, I'll answer that.
Sure.
No. There are supposedly some. One might think that when there's reports of like beams of light coming from their heads, someone might think, oh, they did that through like natural ability or something like that. Where in fact, you know better. You know that that was just something in the helmet that did that. So it was still a weapon. Like there's the energy is coming from somewhere. They use tools to do things. They weren't psychics.
Well, I'm telling
Um,
this man and to put his hands up, or at least stand
I,
aside, identify himself.
I, I don't know if Arlen will listen, but, but I want to kind of say, wait, don't like, don't put up a phaser yet.
My phaser's at the ready. It's like pointed at the
Okay.
ground.
Then I'd like to say to the guy,
Especially since he has his weapons stowed. I don't think he's immediately hostile, but
Alcaran, Iconians, do they have a strict like hierarchy that where like there's a general word you use to refer to someone in deference, like Lord or Sir?
Most honorable, most revered one. That sort of title.
All
I
right,
will
then,
note as well. There is a active gate behind the two of them.
yeah, I'll say most honorable one. We come in the search of information.
Presence
There
command
are
difficulty
others.
2. To convince him that you are actually here to be friendly and conversing with him.
That's
Like
not
you're
what
not
I
trying to
wanted
fool
to
him. You're actually trying to get him to talk
That's not
peaceably.
what I wanted to convince him of.
Because he doesn't know who you are, but by the look of his eyes, he seems puzzled and is unsure if you're a threat or not.
Yeah, I didn't want to convince him to stay here and talk to me. I had somewhere
Taps
I was
combat
going.
whispers into it.
I wanted to convince him like there are other people coming. We have a ship in orbit. We don't want to interfere with you, but our people will keep coming, and although you could kill us, it wouldn't be worth your time and effort. You should leave.
Hold on.
That. Oh, okay. Are you back?
do 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 do.
Yeah, let's just wait for him to post he can hear again. So this is where the betrayal comes in.
No, I'm just gonna convince him that we're ants and he shouldn't bother with us. But we're persistent ants, which means he either has to spend the next like couple of hours murdering us all, or he could make it easy on himself and just go. Right?
That is,
I want to appeal to his sense of superiority. Because that's what we know about Iconians, right?
I mean, true.
There we go.
All right, you can hear us again?
Yeah, my route to Discord just completely went to 0, and it was just constantly cycling to find somewhere.
Rubber
Yeah.
baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy bumpers, rubber baby buggy
Shoo,
bumpers.
stop.
So I did not want to convince him to stand and talk with us. Where I was going with that was, I wanted to convince him like we're here to explore. We don't mean to interfere, but our people will keep coming because of their sense of exploration. And eventually we'll leave, but it won't be for a little while. You would have to spend an inordinate amount of time to remove us or quash us all. You should move on and not waste your time with us. Basically, I want to tell him how much more powerful he is and how much time it would waste dealing with us, so that he should move on. because I think this guy thinks he's the hottest shit in the world and thinks we're small. So I want to reinforce that.
Okay.
Because although I'm fascinated to talk to him, I don't think Arlen is good enough to kill this guy. And I think that's where it's going.
Oh, ye little faith.
You have a gold shirt. You're just not the right kind of gold shirt.
And Pend and company are probably heading down the stairs, heading in that direction, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So does that alter the roll, or is it still presence command?
Still presence command. Maybe presence security, if that's better.
Yeah, presence security is better.
I'll spend a momentum.
Okay.
I'll give you a momentum and 2 threat.
Okay.
Since I'm trying to play to a sense of superiority that I'm pretty sure we know Iconians have, would Iconian studies proc?
It would, yeah.
Can I spend the bonus and the one I earned to create an advantage that whatever he responds with will, like, he'll give us some information in his response. Like, he may let something slip.
You say your piece. Penn starts sprinting down the stairs, and the away team starts following him, presumably. Unless Ven and Asa wants to hang out upstairs and raid the pantry.
Yeah, no,
Loot the building.
I
Sorry.
am in. I have a vested interest at this point in preventing the captain from killing himself.
I was going to
So
say.
I have a phaser in hand, and I'm following him.
I was going to say. Pend has lost his going alone privileges.
As he's sprinting, the Alcaran listens to you, Lazarus, patiently. Kind of rests his hands at his hips, just kind of not resting on the blades. He's just kind of standing there openly and just listening intently. He nods. And you said your name was, sir?
Dr. Lazos.
Dr. Lazarus.
Real quick, before I say that, do I know if I don't want to imply that I'm super important with the title Doctor. I don't know if Iconians have an
If you wanted
equivalent.
to play yourself down in Iconian, you would say you're an expert of some variety. If you wanted to hide that you're, because doctor is a title that would translate into something of importance. But if you say I'm just an expert, then they would just assume you're an expert in some random thing. So you could just say Lazo.
I'll say
I'm an
Doctor.
expert.
I just didn't want to confer any sort of legal or command status.
No.
Okay.
You'd have to give a military title or some sort of noble title for that to kick in.
I didn't know if they were. I don't know if we know if the. I didn't know. I don't know if the Iconians are technocracy or not. So I just want to make sure.
I'm actually a Starix. Haha.
Wrong species.
Good Dr. Lazos, I am Vassar Pietus, and as much as you fear me, and you're right to do so, for the Empire is mighty, I will, in all deference to you and your etiquette, inform you that I did not kill this man. But if I were you, I would leave the city. And as he's about to step into the gate, that's when Pend and company start racing through the door. You see him about to step through the gate.
Can I grab him and yank him back?
For one momentum, you can cover one extra zone, and then it would be an opposed daring security roll.
Yeah, because I'm basically either like judo or suplexing him back at this stage.
And we're in combat because he's been attacked.
And you have 31 threat.
I'll be using applied force, so I'll be using fitness.
Okay.
I'll just be shouting the whole time. He's not guilty.
I'll be using my Star Cross to double my crit range.
Spending toward a determination, I am a servant of the Empire. He will not allow someone to make him look bad while he's on duty.
Good for it.
Good for him. Oh, jeez.
Buying his full mint.
I'm assuming Hoplite kicks in, but anything else?
Hoplite's countered by one of his traits.
Okay.
But let me check the rest of your traits. He doesn't cancel all of them, but Hoplite matches something he has, so he actually loses one of his free hits. So you just wordlessly just run up to him and try to grab him.
I see a downed Alcaran and another one fleeing through a portal. Doesn't look good.
No other bonuses.
Okay.
No penalties though.
I assume the focus in close quarters combat kicks in.
Yep.
I'm going to spend 3 and 3. Ooh, have to do some re-rolling here. So I think you're at what, 6?
6, yep.
I mean, I do have one milestone for fighting. I just can't remember the name of the fucking episode.
Yeah, I'd need to
Oh,
know the
I
name
know
of
what
the
it
episode.
was. I don't remember what the episode was, but it was me fighting. Shit, what's his called now? Tyler's character. What was it called?
Is Eston at the time?
It was Eston.
Oh, the Eston duel.
The duel.
Oh, okay.
I can't.
Yep,
That
okay.
was a while ago. That's why I think I can't remember the name of the episode.
You could spend that toward this. This is combat, yeah. Very Klingon combat, in fact.
Kind of Directive 5.
Exactly.
It is Directive 5, yep.
It's not. He's not. What's like Alcaran, but
He's in a Iconian uniform.
yeah.
Actually,
En wouldn't know that.
Yeah, you don't know that. I just realized. Yeah, he didn't tell you. And that's not common knowledge. That's something you'd have to know.
Although, wait, isn't there one that's like investigate?
Let's check the other directives.
No. Investigate how the cities. No,
Yeah.
never mind.
I mean, discover what destroyed the city. If I can capture this guy.
I follow your logic. Yep.
Oh, it also says if any survivors are found in the city, render medical care and detain them for further questioning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to reroll 2 first. Puts me at 4. Alright, I've got one more reroll. Jesus Christ. Oh, hang on. Do any of those fall inside of my... They do.
Oh.
I doubled my crit range.
Oh yeah.
Which gets you up to 5.
Oh, it
no,
puts me up
true.
to 8.
Yeah.
So it's 1, 2, 3, 4,
How
5. Yeah,
did you spend a determination?
I
You did,
did.
yeah.
But your attribute's only a 4.
No, I mean I've got a medal to increase my crit
Range.
range.
Yeah,
Yeah,
range is now up to 8.
so that would cover the 6, but not the 10 or the 15 or the 14.
14.
So that would get you to that would turn you from 4 to 5.
Yeah, I'm just going through my shit now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count 7 currently.
Yeah.
The fitness security roll only has 3 on it, right?
Plus the one he got from rerolls later.
Which is 4.
Plus-
And the first one he rolled is a 6, and that's doubled because his crit range increased. That'd put him at a 5.
I see 3 1s in that first roll. That
They're
first
not all
one's actually-
doubled though.
No,
Let
all
me
the dice
finish.
are.
Please, guys. The first one is a 6. That's 1, 2. The other ones are 1s. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Plus the determination. That's 6. Plus the one he rolled later was 7.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he didn't roll determination because he rolled 5 dice. He can't roll 5 dice with determination.
Oh.
Yes, that 5th die was I would have ignored.
Which
'Cause
is
you spent
fine.
determination at the
7.
top.
It's fine because he rolled a 20. then
Yeah,
a
I clicked on
0,
5
then a
dice like an
0.
idiot instead of rolling 4.
And that's why in the second roll, and actually that second reroll, it wouldn't have mattered anyway because that second 0 probably wouldn't have happened because you didn't have an extra die to roll with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if that second die, if it was a 0-1, I was gonna remind you that you don't have 5 dice. So that's 7. Oh, does he want to try to reroll any of that? He'd have to get a 2. He could, but he'd have to get a 5 on something. He can't guarantee that, so he'll just take the unarmed damage because that's what's happening. Well, are you like throwing? Are you doing unarmed damage, like trying to throw him to the ground, or are you trying to hold him?
I'm basically trying to suplex him backwards.
Okay, so you're trying. So roll unarmed. If you get at least 1 delta, that's knocked down. Okay. Now let's put this here. I will note he takes 2 stress from that hit, but he is knocked down.
Right on. And I'll station myself between him and the portal.
Okay,
Can we keep the initiative, or
you
we don't
can.
have that person?
You'd have to spend. You'd have to spend to do it.
Yeah, because none of us.
Hey, would be a shame if someone would sabotage that portal so it doesn't work.
That would be a shame. Yep.
Uh huh.
So
You
yeah,
want to keep initiative?
Captain, permission to make the shiny portal.
by all means.
All right, spending 2 threat to keep.
Okay.
And I want make portal not work no more.
Sabotage.
Is it
Listen, all y'all, this
possible-
is sabotage.
Is it possible to like register that once he goes to attempt this, I want to jump out of the room? I don't want to be physically in here when he does that.
If an explosion occurs, I'll let you take the die for cover action, and you will resolve that if it comes up.
I'm worried less about that. I'm worried more about him transporting himself and pinned in the guy and the dead guy somewhere they're not supposed to be.
Oh, God.
Daring plus engineering.
When I asked myself what Corbinian would do if I asked to destroy the thing, that's exactly what he would do. He'd fade to black and he
course.
wouldn't be here anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Of
you guys
course
are
it's
about
that
to be
much.
T-Rex meat.
Hey, if you need stats for a T-Rex, I have it.
He has 25 threat. He can ask for whatever he wants for.
Da-da-da-da. All right. So first things first. We're going to be using the focus of sabotage, and I'm going to be using the star cross to double my focus range.
Roger.
Comp 5. Limit pusher and fast thinker.
I'll account for those. This is ancient alien hyper technology.
Hey, I'm
But
not
I'll
trying to
spend the
make it
threat.
work. I'm trying to make it unwork. That's easier.
You would think. Well, you're trying to make it unwork in a way that doesn't kill you. I think is the operative part there.
Okay. I'll give you that. Bullion trait? No.
Bullion?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
All right. I know I have a determination around here. Um. just curious. Ta-da. Yeah, I don't think. Kind of a stretch, but remember the one time I figured out how to make us go FTL without going to subspace, making a machine do what it wasn't designed to do.
I'll take it.
All right, one determination, and we're gonna uh, spend that into with luck and practice. There are no limits.
True. I'll take that.
There are no limits to how many ways I could break this.
Are you sure you don't want to save that for a reroll?
That's actually a good call. All right, we'll save that for a reroll.
Very well.
I have the double focus range, and 1 momentum, 5 threat.
Okay. You mean? Oh yeah. Wait.
I'm gonna walk back.
Oh, right,
explaining
yeah.
the determination, so I
Right,
have it
right.
as a reroll.
Sorry, my mental
Please
math.
somebody
was
can
all
walk
screwed.
that back.
Oh, you can. Yeah, I screwed up the mental math. And I was like, wait, what? Oh, right. That's why that makes sense.
All right. And that last one is a 2, and this is a bold reroll. There we go.
The portal. You managed to sabotage the portal. There's not so much a structure there, so you end up having to use your gravity struts to kind of interfere with the with the doorway itself, and then you pull some Starfleet engineering bullcrap out of your butt, and are able to destabilize the gate in such a way that it dissipates.
So I
If
use the gravity.
if anyone asked you to explain exactly why that worked, you honestly wouldn't be able to tell them. You just know that that should work, and it did work, but you're not sure what you interacted with exactly because you didn't really spend the time to think about it. But it worked. It collapsed.
So what I did is I used the gravitational generators on the strut to kind of interrupt its subspace windowing effect. I don't
Yeah.
know, maybe.
Yeah. It's like, are you sure that's what happened? Probably. Like what? I didn't stand there and do a detailed scan. I was kind of in a hurry. All right. Are
I'm
you swift
also
tasking?
I'm probably not the best person to do medicine right now, but I am gonna call out. We need a medic in here.
Okay, I think that's my cue.
Well, unfortunately, the other guy gets to go
Oh,
as he pops to his feet. He draws his sword. And lunges at Penn with a lethal strike.
That's
Just
fair.
wordlessly, just without he just kind of rolls to his feet and immediately draws and juts towards you.
Yeah, that's fair.
Fair enough.
I am a servant of the Empire. I must defeat its assailers. Buying all the dice spent for determination.
I think you said hoplites cancelled out by one of his.
Yep. So he doesn't get a free hit because you have a similar. He has specialized training that your specialized training is canceling out.
So I'm gonna do 2 and 4.
2 and 4.
And I do have a reroll if needed.
Whoops, wrong sheet, wrong sheet. Let's try again. Where is it? There we go.
So I think you're at 6.
Yeah.
And I'm at 5. And I'll take my reroll.
Does your guy not have a focus in this?
Hey, what the hell? He does.
Then those middle two are crits.
Yeah.
Oh.
Sorry.
Ooh.
Why didn't it? Grr.
Didn't do that one on the first one either. You got 2 crits on the first
Oh.
attack. You would have
Well,
got him.
that was my miss. Huh, that's weird. Silly thing. Oh, I'll just do it manually next time. Weird.
That puts it
I was using a
6
shift to do it
to
quickly.
8.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he's actually 8, yeah.
Ooh. And I don't think you can do anything against that.
Any rerolls you have, Bend?
No, I think I'm taking it.
Alright. 1 second. I went to his ship sheet to quickly roll his things because I know what he has in my head. And I was like, oh, okay, he has that. I'll roll it on one of the ship sheets and I'll tell it to do a focus. This will be easy. It'll save me time. It's like, nope. Oh, well, okay.
I mean, like, I could challenge, but then it's one of those, no guarantee.
Plus how much? Okay. Rerolling whiffs. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I don't assume you'd let me have my hoplite gear, but
No, you would have had to spend for it.
Yeah,
because you don't you need the personal gear quality to have that normally.
yeah, that's fine.
You're not wearing armor, so you doesn't need to do that. You're not wearing. You don't have a weapon because you attacked him with your hands. He is going to spend 2 to secondary target the engineer who just cut his way out of here.
Secondary target is not a separate attack, so Arlen, I don't even think gets to defend.
No, he just takes the damage because he's within reach.
But it's only half.
Oh, so how much
Yep.
do I take?
4.
Yeah, and I take, I'm assuming, a lethal injury.
Oh,
Yep.
Penn, do you have the metal that lets you cut damage in half?
I believe I do. So I can just half that
It
to
might be-
4.
I would.
If you have yours to 4, his becomes 2.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
I was going to ask how that would interact with the spread attack, but cool.
Swift task.
Can you not?
Gross.
We gave him so much threat. What did you expect?
I'll be spending back, so take the 6 into account.
To be
And
fair,
he
the
does
guy is trying to
lethal.
defend himself. He was randomly assailed.
Yeah, from
Okay,
his
well-
point of view, we're like murderers. You were trying to kill him, and he's defending
Well,
himself.
kidnappers. Kidnappers,
Yeah.
to be fair.
Oh,
you were
he
trying
doesn't
to-
know that.
It's true.
Yeah, Arlen pulled a gun out when he showed up.
Well, I
Well-
heard fire, so I'm gonna.
He's gonna. He has a reroll when he does attacks. He does need to reroll at 20, no matter what. Does he need to reroll the rest? He's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm at 4 due to the swift task, and I've got a reroll.
Oh, you got +1s, right? You know what? He's gonna reroll the 20 and the 2 12s. Actually, don't reroll the whole mitt. Why not? Take his chances.
I mean, when you've got a 17, why not, right?
Yeah.
Oh
you
no!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So it's currently 8 to 4.
Oh, gross.
How did
Uh,
he? How did he get 8 rather than 6?
Determination.
Yeah.
Can NPCs do determination multiple times?
Yep.
It
just
costs 3.
3.
It costs 3
Three
each
threat
time.
each time. But as long as I have
I
threat,
didn't
you
know
can
that
keep
was
spending it.
repeatable.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Damn.
Well, I'm
I mean,
going.
it depends on how determined the NPC is, but
And how
Yeah,
much
like-
sweat you're willing to burn for it.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, usually if you don't have that much threat, yeah, you can only pull that once, maybe twice.
Any rerolls for you, Pend?
I do have a reroll, but I'm going to challenge a value.
Which value?
Sometimes I need to play the right notes,
I take that, yeah.
and I'll spend to. Well, I've already confirmed that the director is spending this, so. I'll reroll 3 first. That puts me up to 6. God damn it. I'll reroll the last one. Oh, this is going well.
And rerolling the whiffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
That's almost Klingon damage.
And secondary strike. So he's doing 6 to Arlen.
Damn, we would be proud of this guy in the Klingon game.
Well, you've just filled me.
Oh no!
Dud.
So Pend now has what? A lethal injury?
His heart is likely stopped. He has 5 minutes to be treated or he's going to die.
Okay.
Arlen, are you avoiding your injury? 'Cause you're staring at a lethal here.
I'm going to use my Declaration Gallantry to half that damage.
So you take 3. 3 on top of your 2 from earlier, so you're at like
Yep.
6. You're fine. Yeah, you're fine.
I'm
There's
at
no way
5.
you're killed.
I'm not filled.
That's all the Vassar can do. Turn
Okay,
goes back
now
to you guys.
if you guys do not mind too terribly, I am going to shoot him.
I do mind. I'm gonna stand in the way and say,
You are kidding me.
well, because he just took out. Not only did he just take out Pind, but Pind has a reputation for being a serious fighter. I don't want one of my students getting gutted by this guy when we don't even know if this guy's guilty. Right? So I'm gonna step in the way and say he didn't do it. Just help Pind.
Fine. Ven's going to run forward
I
to
don't know if I.
Pend,
No, only if you tried to oppose it.
Okay.
and she's gonna treat him.
You lack the appropriate medical tools because the person with the medical tools is back here.
Yeah.
Can I prepare to assist?
You can, yeah. The turn goes back to you guys anyway because he can't
Yeah,
act again.
yeah, that was my plan.
Yeah, then the counselor, you can go over there.
Okay. Yeah. I by the way am planning on shooting him, but the problem is my captain is maybe dying, and that's a bad thing. So step 1 is preventing the captain from dying. What is this roll?
Daring plus medicine. Difficulty of 3.
I want that. Is it the field medic talent that removes the difficulty for not having the tool set? I'm probably gonna.
You do have
grab that.
you do have the
Except-
tools, but yeah,
Oh,
there
I
is a
do.
talent that you do have the tools.
Yeah.
It's just because you're in a precarious situation. Like there's a guy with a sword right next to you,
Mm-hmm.
so it's kind of distracting you a little bit. But you have someone assisting you, so there's that.
Just a bit. Yeah, I'm sure he has amazing daring medicine. And I don't have a determination.
Thankfully, this system doesn't have provoking, so.
Yeah. Okay.
He can't.
Okay. Do we? Annoyingly, when I open the sheet. Sorry, I'm mumbling. I'm tired. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you back some of the threat you lost. Take 3 threat, and I'll roll 4.
Okay.
Oh God.
Hang on,
All right.
hang on. Yeah, I was gonna say first off, I get to roll. Here we go.
Complication. Ah.
No.
Oh shit. Okay. Challenging a value time.
Or do you have a milestone that might come into play?
Have you done medical on someone before?
No, this character's too new. This is the first time I'm helping someone in this situation.
Yeah.
You might. Have you challenged the directive? Like before you go after values, I'd go after directives. Number 5. Like if you're given time for this guy to get away to help Pind, that may get you it.
Like we're
I won't.
I only suggest because getting rid of directives is like more permanent of a character change than getting rid of values is more permanent change in a character than directives, but sometimes it's narratively appropriate also.
I will say that I'm willing to offer challenge to Directive 1 or Directive 2 on the basis that you're focusing on helping Penn and you're just forgetting about, like, if that guy wants to leave or do something else, as long as he's not attacking your patient, you stop caring about him.
Okay, on the understanding that post this, I would not be attacking this guy.
You might, but at the moment you're kind of putting him out of your mind. So if he
okay.
does escape, you're gonna get yelled at because it's one of the because it'll be later reported you turned your back to him and basically for this one roll forgot that he was there You're just
Mhm.
hyper focused on what you're doing, which kudos, but also not a great move to put your back to an enemy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And it makes me the very big not hypocrite of being like, oh, Captain, how dare you take this risk, and then immediately do something very
Yeah,
stupid and risky.
exactly. Admiral
Yeah.
Trailblazer yelling at you like, didn't you just report that he was being risky? I think you were pretty risky too.
Look, it's okay when I do it, but um,
I disagree,
okay.
counselor.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
It's alright.
Yeah, because I also don't even know what value I challenge. Okay, so I am going to challenge Directive 1 and reroll 2 dice.
Spending it into
Oh, spending into sometimes you have to help those who won't help themselves because he
yeah.
can't help himself here.
And he
Oh,
ca-
oh my God, and oh God, farther please, farther please, farther please.
He's been
welcome,
pulled from the brink of death.
welcome to the cult.
Yeah, no, just furiously wrapping those bandages and loading in that hypo and firing it into him.
Do you wish to swift task, or will you allow the turn to go to Lazos?
I think the turn should go to Lazos.
Can they get multiple turns
Lazarus hasn't gone.
around?
Yeah, he hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
they're-
was
they're
gonna
all-
do
I got
something,
confused.
but
Sorry.
I was going to do something, but Vin didn't fight me on it, so I didn't end up taking a turn.
Yeah.
plus if you swifted, there's also a second person who's down.
Yeah.
The Alcaran Serene, yeah.
You know, the person we're here to technically save.
We might want to do that.
It's up to you, counselor, if you want to risk it.
Oh, I will swift task. I didn't realize I was muted. Yes, I will swift task and go over and help the Alcaran.
Do momentum.
Yep. I assume you're not doing
I
any more
assume.
stuff.
I
Yes,
assume I
go
don't.
ahead.
I assume I don't get to assist with this.
No.
Okay. All good.
Daring medicine difficulty 4. Sorry.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Do I just give him
Okay.
the full mitt?
Yeah, I was gonna say you might have to just give him a full raft of threat.
Alternatively, can I challenge Directive 2? Well, I guess the difference here is I can't challenge these directives because now I'm actually doing the mission.
Well, you are challenging different. You are adhering to Directive 4, but you're. I'll take Directive because you can't re-challenge Directive 1, but you can challenge Directive 2 if you want.
All right. I will challenge Directive 2, and then
It's like, yeah, I
because I
could
kn-
be helping interrogate this guy, talk to him, but nope, I'm dealing with patients. It's like, what? But there's a hostile right there. I'm busy.
yeah, and I'm giving you however many threat it is to roll 4 dice. I never remember the answer here.
5.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. That person is.
Challenge dice.
They remain. They are stabilized. They did have. I will tell you, they did have a lethal injury. If the scene ended without them being treated, they would have died.
I figured as much.
Turn goes to Lazos by default. Lazos will pull out the what you call. Lazos will pull out the Iconian Technical Drive Spanner and Destabilizer module, and say, it was most honorable one.
Most honorable one. It's a safe
Yeah.
title. Yeah.
Most honorable one, I beseech that you allow me to help you with the other gate. Please do not kill them. They're not worth it. And I kind of bow in deference.
presence plus command or con difficulty of 2.
Shit, worse stats. I already challenged the one about letting people get away, I think. I challenged 5.
Could just give him threat.
I am on a mission this episode to be net positive on momentum, and so far I've kept that. Oh, I did challenge 1, discover what destroyed the city, right? This is the only guy left of the Iconians who could tell us. I'm willing to help him get out of here if he doesn't hurt the Starfleet people, who I slightly value.
Yeah.
Well, I really like Vin, because, he's a good student. He gets A's, but, those other guys,
Well,
they're somewhat okay.
at least someone likes Ven.
So I'll spend that on... we can learn our future through the Iconian past. I don't know, because I don't know that he's going to go back in time, so I don't know that that'll work. Oh, it's not over till it's over. I'm trying to diplomatically solve this. I'm trying to solve it without violence. I started trying to do that, and then violence started, and I'm not giving up on the non-violent solution here. So would you accept it's not over till it's over?
I'll take it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and give in and give you 2 threat. Iconian studies because of my deference and my respect towards him.
Yep.
And if he accepts, I'll use my movement to move to the other room.
I am going to spend. How much kind do you want? Spending 10 threat.
End the scene.
I think you spent too many. Oh no, you had 9.
Yes, he spent 10.
Okay, I thought he spent 12.
He sheathes his blade, and he puts his hand to your shoulder and pushes you up to force you out of your bowing stance.
I comply.
And then he says, "Go in peace, and you will know peace. You must leave, or he will kill you." And he sprints away.
Any context clues on who he is?
Oops. Give me, as the walls around you begin to shake, and the roar of power ranges from the other room as it sounds like some great beast is roaring through the walls. You can feel heat emanating from the stone.
It's like calling a Balrog from the other gate or something.
Insight plus, you said it. Insight plus, for the purpose of copyright, no, it is not. Insight plus science, difficulty of, he was pretty vague, 3, but your studies focus applies.
Yes, it's not a Balrog, it's a Golab.
I spend 1 momentum and 2 threat. Oh, we've already indicated that I can see through these walls on certain EM bands to a limited degree. Would that help me in looking over and seeing something coming out of the gate?
Yes, it brings the diff down, and mechanically I really do need to do this.
I gonna get
Bring
like
the dip
trauma
by
or some
one.
shit.
Comp goes. Hey, that's a thought. That makes
I
me-
didn't say it.
Difficulty 2. And if you make the roll, I'll worry about making this a trauma or not. Hey, you made it.
Yeah, I
Hooray.
made it.
Oh no. Is
Yes.
Lazarus about to view an eldritch horror?
Yep, he's just witnessed midnight.
Fitness plus medicine, difficulty of 5. As when you peer through the wall, he says the words, and then there's a dread that just drips through you, and you turn and you look and you see what he's talking about. And if you make this roll, you'll actually give a coherent answer to everyone else. If you don't, you're gonna have a very bad trauma that's gonna scare the pants off you.
All right. Thinking about how I can muster everything I got. Fitness medicine for me is a 12, so not a great roll.
No. Oh man, I think you might just end up having to eat this.
I mean, you can always give me threat. Nothing bad happens when
No,
when
I
you do
I
that.
am gonna give you threat, but I'm trying to get the determination part of this to
midnight.
work first.
Yeah.
Just walk through the door. It's fine.
Shh.
Was it you that you have to make a fitness medicine roll? Were you poisoned?
No.
No.
No, he's about to look
I
upon
have
the
been
face of
poisoned,
madness.
and in a way that you are specifically capable of helping me unbe poisoned, but not
Okay.
literal biotoxin. It's not cyanide. It's
Mental
Lazarus,
toxin.
Cthulhu.
yeah, Lazarus is about to look upon the face of madness.
Okay.
I guess artificial visor. It's much easier for me to disengage my sensory perception of this than it is most people.
Yeah, because you could literally yank the thing off your face and you're just blinded.
And then even if I was tempted to look after that, like something was pulling me to look, I physically wouldn't be able to.
I'll take that. I'll take that. Yeah. Bring down the diff to 4.
All right. Then I'm gonna burn It's Not Over Until It's Over. Because this is not something I could possibly handle. Like, even if I'm still here and capable of moving through this situation, the thing I'm being presented with means that although I'm not dead yet, I still can physically try to solve this problem. The problem is nonetheless over. Like, it has moved beyond
I
me
would
to
take
solve.
that. Yeah. I would take that.
And spend that on you can only misuse Iconian technology once, because I'm remembering what's his name did, what Arlen did. Like, that falls in line with my belief that denying him that other gate has forced him to use this gate.
I have to say no because he didn't go toward that gate. He sprinted this way.
Okay. Well, I got a determination. Let me see if I can find a way to spend it. I am the only person that I'm aware of out of this whole group who has gotten anything on the Iconians in the form of that pad I downloaded stuff to. So if I like lose my shit, I can't accomplish Directive 3. So can I spin this towards Directive 3? Like, the only way Trailblazer's going to get anything out of this is if I can keep control of myself and get that pad to him.
I'll take that. Yep.
All right. Then I'll give you 5 threat for the other 4 dice.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Is there any stories of Iconians defeating this beast before, whatever it is?
Yes.
So Iconian studies?
Yep.
That is 5 successes. as I imagine Lazos slaps himself in the face, knocking the visor to the ground.
You know what you saw, you know what is here, and you know that if you in the away team do not get off this world and away from this guy, you're all gonna die. Who exactly is
the
that?
other-
What exactly does he know? Well, we'll just have to find out next time.